Hello, and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles, episode 89. I am Doug, your Dungeon Master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons & Dragons. So, where the party last left off, the Folly had made their way successfully inside Lirindil thanks to working out an arrangement with a smuggler named Draetherian Fallow and his group, his organization called the Odd Boys, where they were smuggled in barrels in a very uncomfortable experience into a location in Lirindil where they got out and began making their way through the countryside, seeing little glimpses here and there of what life is like in Lirindil. They eventually made contact with the individual named Fetched, who they were supposed to find to get in contact with the rebellion that had been happening in Lirindil. They, along the way, had some conversations with a few folks of interest, but made contact, and eventually they agreed to bring the Folly to speak with more important people in the rebellion, and departed ways after drinking a concoction that knocked them out. And in the process of getting knocked out, watched as Zenoa was summoned elsewhere. During that blackout period, Bear did hear a brief word, seemingly from Ildris, saying to trust her, and they decided to, let Zenoa's disappearance go for the time being. But they eventually made their way forward after, waking up eventually in a enclosed and locked cart as they made their way to an unknown location. Eventually they were aroused as they were coming up on a town that the Crown was apparently attacking out of suspicion of Rebellion safe house being in the town. The party tries to stealth their way in, ends up fighting some very odd creatures named cloakers, along with one of the Crown soldiers. After defeating them, they made their way into a safe house of sorts, and from there, from the cracks there, they witnessed Leader Tilden, who they had seen earlier, a sort of propaganda figure, if you will, the leader of education for Lirindil, and a figure named the Ruby Judge, a black-plated soldier, a female who apparently commanded a lot of respect and fear from everyone around her. Watched as they briefly interrogated some captured rebels before one of the captured rebels set off a fireball spell, killing dozens of soldiers, but not having too much effect on Tilden and the Ruby Judge themselves. But after seeing and the rebels explaining that the entire town would be taken to something called a renewal camp and eventually replaced with people who had come out of the renewal camp who were effectively zombies, they just weren't the same. The party started having conversations. Distracted by rappers here.
Sorry. Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo. What up?
T-Pain
I'll share, I promise.
So the I totally lost track of where I was.
Sorry.
Well, they witnessed and were explained what was happening to the town and the horrible things that were happening to the people as a result. And the party began, at least some of the party began thinking they may not be able to stay neutral in this fight. Eventually, they were finally brought before the rebellion, a gathering of black robed figures with white blank masks who all surrounded them up on a ledge as they questioned them and had a discussion about what they were about and an understanding of what is to be expected of them if they were to join, which they ended up deciding to do for the sake of feeling like that was the better route to get information on what they were trying to get information on, which was individuals that seemed to bear similar markings to Vander and Belladonna. So, as they finish that up, and the door opens below the semicircle of figures, that is where we're going to pick things up.
Ooh.
So as you see the doors open below the semicircle and the figures still just stand there staring down at you, and the last thing the voice that you had been discussing things with says is, "Welcome to the rebellion." What would you like to do?
What's like, do we see what's on the other side of the door?
It seems to be, from what you can see, a long hallway that like opens up somewhere, down on the other end, but with like a little bit of light. But
Okay.
it seems to be a long stone hallway.
I'll step forward.
Yeah, we're
Mm-hmm.
join. Let's
As
go.
well.
I'm on high alert though, just in case, because Sarah she still has anxiety. Also, scary people in masks.
Yeah.
Something's up.
I'm watching all the road people to see if like hoods start. Now that we're part of them, I want to see if hoods start coming down, masks start
right.
coming off.
The figures gathered around don't move as you guys start walking through the doorway. Eventually, as you make your way down this kind of long stone hallway of sorts, it eventually opens out into what looks like a large cavern of sorts, like very, very high ceiling and kind of an oval shape, and looks like mainly just kind of flat dirt, earth, all throughout it. And you can see a variety of torches surrounding it, but it seems empty, except for one more black-clad figure with a mask who walks forward and reaches up and takes the mask off, revealing a woman with this kind of long, dark, reddish hair that's kind of pulled back into a kind of messy ponytail of sorts that kind of comes over the shoulder. Somewhat pretty face, but obviously the face of somebody who has, not exactly been like living a nice lifestyle for a while. You can see just the roughness of them. And interestingly, as they take the mask off, their whole black outfit disappears. And you still see her wearing somewhat dark kind of leathers and like very simple clothing, very practical kind of outdoorsy clothing. But the black outfit itself goes away.
Cool.
Does it seem like the masks we found from Belladonna, where when the mask came on, a persona showed up, and when the mask was removed, it reverted back to its weird little disc shape?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember what you guys discovered from.
Wait, it went back to a disc shape?
It was in this little. They were in this little case.
Yeah,
Like,
because
you're
you put one on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so did
yeah.
what's her face? The wizardess.
Phil
Philduna.
Oh, well, doing it too. Yeah, great. I don't remember.
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. Alrighty, who's gonna be my first victim tonight? We're gonna be you. Alright, that's gonna be a natural 19 plus. That's am I 9 or 10 at this point? It's either 29 or 28.
Okay. I would say, as this happens and you start to really, you pay attention to it in that moment, kind of figure that the black outfit itself is probably illusory. We'll just say you guys put it together later, but, when you put on one of Belladonna's masks, it didn't seem to be an illusion. You seem to change into this person.
Yeah.
Physical changes. So it seems to be something a little bit different happening between the two things. But as she takes it off and you see this this woman standing before you, she says, "Welcome." And you recognize the voice you've been hearing traveling with you for a little bit.
Oh. Is she with our wagon outside?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she's
she
the
is
woman.
one of the two that has been escorting you this whole time.
Gotcha. Yep. She's the tall one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm Essa.
Pleasure to meet you, Essa. You know our names, correct?
I do.
Okay.
It's nice to put a face to a voice.
You can't see it right now because you've been in the dark for a long time, but it's actually late at night right now. You can set up camp here and get some rest. You got a long day for tomorrow.
In this cave? Is there a reason we are camping privately in a cave?
You need to be introduced.
To,
For obvious reasons, we don't like people we don't recognize, but a lot of them are asleep at the moment.
I see.
Like I said, you're going to need rest for tomorrow. Got a lot to do.
If we have to rough it, and then I start trying to set up the awesome tent.
Tent awesome.
The tent of awesomeness.
Yep.
can we build a fire? Would that be acceptable?
Aye.
Would
You're not locked in if you need to get out, but I wouldn't advise it because, like I said, they get nervous if they don't recognize you.
understand? Did you want any more tea?
Not now. You got things to do.
Well, if you ever want a drink, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get some rest. She turns and she walks out across the cavern to another door that she opens and exits on the opposite side from where you came through.
Is this like a magical darkness, or can we see the
No, you
door?
can. It
Normal
seems to be
darkness.
normal.
Okay.
In a cave, man.
Yeah, there are torches kind of giving you at least a dim light up to the top where you can kind of see the rough shape of the room, and those with dark vision can see it better, obviously.
So is there anyone else in this cavern, or is it literally just us in this
Just you.
cavern?
Just us.
Can I just do a little sweep the perimeter,
Sure. Yeah.
check what's going
Yeah,
on?
roll a perception check.
That is going to be 19, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Okay. You see, as you look around, you see there's a couple things. One is this cavern seems to be a mix of natural formation and one area in particular that seems man-made or carved, which is as you guys came out of this hallway, kind of lining in a curve above it is almost like a balcony of sorts of rows of tiered benches, almost like an amphitheater style thing. Not terribly large, but kind of facing down into this area that you guys are in. And as you do your look around and you kind of look at the dirt, you can see evidence of a lot of movement and no blood or anything like that, but just that there is more recent activity, whereas the stone itself looks pretty old. It looks like this room has been around for a very long time, but the prints and things like that you're seeing in the dirt itself seems fresher.
Like a training ground?
Very possibly. Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe I got too.
kind of make my point from come back. Definitely, they are active around here when they are awake. They train hard, I think. They don't spill anything, but they certainly train hard. I wonder if anybody watches from all this eating.
So who do we meet earlier then, if the important people are asleep now?
Imagine those were some of the important people.
Alright.
I think there might be more people in this rebellion than we realize.
Sure, we'll find out in the morning.
Yep.
I don't like the fact that we are literally camping in the middle of what could be a fighting pit.
Oh, it's definitely a fighting pit.
So, I would like to keep watch, if that were alright, the first watch.
Sure.
Okay. Just don't want anyone jumping. I was being like, this is your training time, and then
Oh.
you know? Being prepared and all.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Didn't even think about that.
Are you setting up the tent?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I assume I got it up.
Yeah, you set it up.
Keep it clean.
Never. I refuse. You can't make me. I was spawned from hell and I'll go back whenever I feel
I
like
think it may be better if we talk in the tent anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once we get it up, go inside.
Sure.
Like,
Put your vase up at the door.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're keeping watch, and I really think we should trust them to a certain extent, but
There's a difference between trusting them and being on alert in case
yeah.
they get raided in the night. I mean, we don't know how safe this place is.
Yeah. They are at war, yeah.
So
Well, we are at war.
we are
Ah.
now.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I mean, I do want to help them, but I really don't want to get mixed up.
It's too late. We said yes.
country.
Where was this like 45 minutes ago?
I said it then, like, I do want to help them out. I just don't want to pledge complete loyalty.
Yeah, I know. I don't either.
That's kind of why the provisions of it. They ask us to do something that we're not comfortable doing.
Yeah.
We're just not going to do
I
it.
do appreciate you saying that. That is smart.
Because
But they did raise a valid point that if they can't trust us completely, then there's no way we're going to be able to trust them completely.
Well, yeah, but there are levels of trust. Like, we don't know. Like, Dressa doesn't know us completely. We don't know her completely, but we trust her to a certain extent.
I trust her entirely.
Well, yeah, we know you do, but. I'm just saying there are other ways we could earn their trust without having to be a full-fledged rebel. We could help them out on missions, sure, no problem, but we already made our oath. This is not our oath. This is not our job.
It is our oath, it is our job, we just made it.
well, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Play it by ear.
I mean, I didn't make a half oath to any of you.
Yeah, I know it.
But
I
we
didn't
didn't
make an
ask.
oath to you.
We didn't ask you to make that oath the first day you met us.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I definitely would have been like, y'all can go fuck yourselves the next time I met you.
These, yeah.
But I think y'all would have all said the same thing, so.
Yeah. To Stoic's point, we didn't do that the first day. Took time to get there. We still fought with you. We still rode with you and protected you. But you didn't.
I think I was the one doing the protecting.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Or at least I was doing the one that was just sneaking off when you weren't paying attention.
That yes.
When we were paying attention.
Listen, it's not my fault that you don't have good eyesight.
You're very good at sneaking. And this is true.
You're very
amazing.
loud, so.
Not that loud.
Literally when you sneak, it's like ka-plunk, ka-plunk.
Yeah. Well, compared to you, for sure. But I'm not like crashing glass every time I walk.
Well, that's because you're not carrying glass. Imagine if you carried glass, you would crash glass constantly.
You are mistaken, lady.
also don't know how much we should divulge about what we already know about the twins and everything. Because if we want to better understand what they know, we're going to have to divulge what we know, because we're going to have to compare notes. I wish I understood her better, what happened.
Who her?
Belladonna. There was so much information we never got from her.
For all we know is that this group is not manipulating the White Flame. I forget, what's the actual name
White
of it?
Death.
Darkfire.
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 It's a Darkfire, so... But we don't know that someone could be on the inside of the rebellion helping the crown, that we could divulge information to. So,
I
But
always assumed there's
keep
someone.
eyes open, I assume. When we do find it, that we address it as private as we can, and not with the rebellion. Classic.
Well, we're not gonna figure out anything from the inside of this tent, so
That's true, yeah.
I'm gonna get some rest.
Same, yeah.
Deal with it in the morning.
I'll take first watch. Who wants to be after me?
So I'll take second watch.
It's not gonna do any good, but I'll watch.
Yeah, I'm kind of. You can wake me.
Third and fourth. Alright,
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
okay. Last full rest for easy.
As you start unpacking, getting ready for bed, eating something, kind of still on guard, but relaxing a little bit more than maybe you were, hiding under the house in the middle of a battle.
White knuckling.
Yeah. Kind of the first little bit more restful night in a little bit. Bear, you notice, as you're kind of taking things off and stuff like that, you notice something in your pocket. And as you pull it out and look, you realize it's a letter.
What?
It's got
Story time!
It's got a letter.
Is this is during my watch or while we're?
No, this is just as you guys are getting ready for bed.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not super sneaky. I pull it out, kind of go off to my corner and read it.
What you got there, Bear?
Nothing. Nothing. What do you got there?
That was really sly, Bear. You've been learning from us for a very long time.
Thank you.
But just wondering what you got there, buddy.
It's actually a letter from Zenoa.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah. Would you like me to read it? Or
I mean, it's if it's written to you, that's
I'll
it's
read it
up to you.
first. I'll read it first.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, there might be things in there none of us ever want to know.
What, between me and Zenoa?
Sam.
I mean, not the female companion that we've been recently traveling with. I thought we'd leave a note for him, but or a letter, but
Listen, love works in mysterious ways.
hey, what can I say?
I never thought in a million years I would like, underbites, but
That took me a minute. I think Stoic would have got it pretty fast, but not Danny.
and also Mel. That was also a surprise.
What was the surprise?
That I liked the boy.
Oh, is that? I don't know. It's a surprise.
Well, my only relationship has been with a woman.
That's true.
So it was a little bit of a surprise if, turns out.
It's fair.
She says that she very much hopes to see us all again. We have been her family, her shelter, and her safe haven. I think she's got some things she needs to figure out. But I think she was just saying thank you, and that she's just letting us know that she appreciates us.
Should we read the whole thing or no?
Let me make sure. Yeah, I'll pass it around.
So you can also like read it for the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yes.
what I was meant. Do
And
we
not read
do
as
you want to read it or
bare.
me to read it?
You don't have to read as bare. You just read it for
Oh
everybody.
Yeah.
no. For not having known you all very long, it feels as though I've seen much of who you all are, and I'm happy to call each of you my friend. It seems Ildris has more in store for me than I anticipated, and has offered me a path to perhaps finding answers to the questions my home in Mandor has left me. With seeing you all my find family with each other, the family you've built gives me hope, but I suppose I still have some things to learn before I too have a place I can call home. May Ildris be my warmth and comfort in the meantime. Please take care of one another. Thank you for a place to lay my head in your tent. Thank you for a seat at your dinner table. You all have been my shelter and safe haven, and I very much hope to see you all again. Z.
Me too.
So that answers some questions though, doesn't it?
Why did she do this? She was taken by the lady when we were being knocked out.
Maybe she
On a
had
date.
a second
Oh.
to write some sort of
Yeah, we're out for a while.
Yeah, I was like, we were out for quite a while. Also, it's not that you really notice when people
Yeah.
sweat things.
Yeah, that's fair.
I hope we see her again soon.
Yes.
That was very sweet of her. Hope she's okay.
Missed having another person in our group. Someone that I could be at eye level with. All of you are too tall.
I don't have my mind level either.
We'll just hang out down here and we can be at eye level.
Get down on my knees.
Still kind of pause it and like, get up my face a little bit. See, look, we're at eye level now.
I guess this is alright. Yeah, this is not bad.
Yeah,
Don't have to look down. I can just like my neck stays straight.
exactly.
Okay.
My calves will cramp after a while,
Yeah.
but it's fine.
This is okay.
This is fine.
Yeah, we
yeah,
can do
we
this.
can make this work.
We can do this.
We can be at eye level.
Yeah. Next play.
You'll play the human.
Yep. On my knees.
We'll just put shoes on your knees and you can just walk
Oh
around.
yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
It'll be good.
It'll be fine. But yeah, I put the note like inside my armor, just kind of rest up and just like take a moment to like think about it and make sure like I don't know, just let it process, I guess.
So first watch, go and roll perception.
Nat 20, so 29.
Alright. Starting off with a bang.
Yeah, so I mean, basically kind of a mix of in your tent and stepping out and kind of keeping an eye out on things and seemingly no activity. With a nat 20, I'd say you see very dimly what looks like openings kind of periodically around the top of the cavern where you can just barely see what you think might be stars. Like at a sliver of an angle, like it might let natural light in during the daytime, you imagine. But other than that, it's quiet. No one seems to come. No one seems to bother you or nothing.
I do try to find kind of a spot a little bit away from the guys at some point, like while making like one of my walk arounds. And I start digging through my mind of like of that dream about Belladonna, because like that she was designed or made or she was supposed to be for somebody, like she was supposed to seduce someone, she was supposed to ingratiate herself with somebody, like something about that phrasing in that memory feels really, really, really unsettling. And if I remember correctly, her troop, including Loki, were from Lirindil originally, or were last seen in Lirindil before the twins twins disappeared, and Loki started her journey to find the twins. And I'm trying to figure out, like, do I remember them telling me, like, was there a town name? Like, did Loki ever mention a town name or, like, a province name now that I have the map? And I'm, like, trying to rack my brain, like, where was the moment these two got snatched? Or have I already seen, like, from from the dream and seeing them get snatched? Is there landscape that I have seen, like, regional landscape that seems similar?
Roll a history check.
Oh no, I'm not great at history. 5. I'll ask you later.
Yeah, nothing that comes to mind. You know, just that phrase that kind of came to mind, which was he said, perhaps my only regret is that you were originally designed specifically as a taunt for another. Yeah, that's about it with a 5.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking real hard till the steam comes out.
Here's some things breaking.
I was not taught to think.
Alright.
Okay, that's all I wanted to do.
Okay, so you wake Valen for his watch. You roll a perception.
10.
Okay.
Yep.
Same thing.
Nothing right around.
Nobody, nothing, no word, no sound, nothing.
Can't really do anything, just kind of sit there and process what I saw earlier with the villagers and the red judge.
Ruby Judge.
Ruby Judge. Oh, I can't say red. It's just seeing that whole familiar scene play out, and just kind of sitting with that for a little bit.
Okay. You wake Stoic for his watch.
Hey, 14.
Hey! Proud of you.
You two? Nothing? No activity?
I would like to do a little bit on my watch. I'd like to move away from the tent, and I'm gonna bust out an orb of light,
Okay.
and I'm gonna, like, I don't know, take some kind of a weapon. I'm sure I have a dagger, and I want to, like, hold the light over it and see if there's a shadow from the dagger. Trying to figure out, is it
Yeah.
everything I touch, or is it
So-
just me?
That's a good question.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, as you hold it up, you don't see a shadow.
So things I hold don't shadow. Okay. All right.
Seems to be anything you're wearing or that's on you, like, you know.
Okay. And then secondly, I would like to pull out my book and write to Lady Empress.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna write,
My lady.
Milady. This is Stoic. Just in a while, thought we would check in. Valen never shuts up about you. Just hoping you're taking care of yourself, and wondering where you ended up. Because the last time we talked to her, she was still, like, I don't think she went back to the city yet. She was still, like, out.
Yeah, you knew she had left. Correct?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, she was, like, in the
She
woods.
said north.
Yeah, she hadn't,
it's-
like, landed anywhere, so. Check in.
Okay. So as you start to see a response, you see, hello, darling. You've got quite the timing. Glad to see I'm on your thoughts and mine.
Can I tell that she's breathing heavy from?
You do see an expression of like a kind of a sigh or something.
Okay.
At the beginning. Not necessarily the
Okay. Just
breath
curious.
throughout, but yeah.
Alright.
Happy to know you're thinking about me. I think about you all as well. Shut up now. And there's like a pause and she says, shut up now.
Yes.
Which seems out of place.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Oh, how are you holding up, and where have you decided to lay your head?
After a moment, you see. Shh. You don't want to make this worse. Stoic, darling, I've found my way to Bloodpool. And I've been investigating, as best I can, the histories and anything I can of interest of our mutual person of interest.
We too have made slight progress. We have aligned ourselves with some new friends here in, I can't remember the name of the town.
We don't know where town.
You don't know where
we're
you're
in-
We have no
We're
idea.
in Lirindil.
In Lirindil.
Lirindil, yeah.
We've aligned ourselves with some new friends in Lirindil and are hoping to have more information on the butterflies when we can.
Wait, does she know about the butterflies?
Thought she does.
Well, she's the one who told you guys
Yeah.
about Belladonna and Vander.
And it was her town.
Yeah.
Where the fire is.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
she.
it's true.
It's
That's
in Leicester.
why I was reaching out to her because
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Leicester is her town.
That's
or
right.
was her town.
That's right.
I don't know if it still is.
Really? You think you have a lead on them in Lirindil?
we hope so.
Well, do be careful. I've heard it's a very, very dangerous place.
You know us. We're probably the danger.
Just how I like you.
Well, if you hear anything, please let us know.
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly. Have you heard anything about our mutual friend of interest?
I can't remember the friend. The friend is the guy that turned her and is the one that killed my friggin'
Yeah.
people. No, I haven't. Oh, no. Unfortunately.
No.
I've made no progress on that front. I hope the butterflies may actually lead me to more answers.
Well, I hope so as well, and hopefully I will have some sort of progress as long as I can get the cooperation I'm trying to acquire at the moment. And you see, and again, it's like she's talking to somebody else. Like
He shuts the book for a
periodically,
minute and
it's like-
blushes, and then waits and then reopens it.
It's like, dear, would you get something to write something down? I can't, well, with my hands covered in blood, I can't do it. Anyway, hopefully progress will come soon.
Farewell for now.
Farewell. Get some rest. Dream with me.
Oh boy.
I love her so much.
Okay, that's it. That's all I want to do is play with the shadows and message her for my watch.
Okay. And fourth watch.
Got this.
See what
Got
you
this
get me.
baby bear.
17.
Hey.
Okay. Same thing. Nobody seems to bother you. Nobody seems to, be He's sitting in the shadows watching as far as you can tell or anything like that. Just quiet.
For the first part of my watch, I'm going to practice the monk moves that I learned from Glaive.
Okay.
Just gonna do that outside of the tent. Then after I feel like I've kind of like gone through the motions, I'm gonna lay on my back, and I can see stars.
No, there was like for her, because she had such a high perception,
Oh, okay.
she was able to see a very specific angle, like off to the side,
Oh, okay.
where it looked like a very sliver of an opening, but not really. Like it was.
Because otherwise it'd get really smoky in this cave.
Oh yeah.
Good point.
So I guess I won't lay on my back. I'll kind of just sit down with the tent in my view. And I'm gonna offer a prayer up to Ildris, like for protection over Zenoa, just a speedy recovery and a speedy return to us, and that she is able to get the answers that she seeks.
Okay. Alright, so after finishing your monk moves and everything like that, and finishing out your watch without event, I mean, you do, as you continue your watch, you do start to see kind of an increasing ambient light, and you can see just those kind of those kind of, they seem to be long, thin openings, kind of dotting around the top of the cavern that seem to let in some natural light. So you start to see some of the morning light increasing as your watch continues. And eventually you make your way back inside to finish your watch and start waking people and everything. And it's not long after you enter in that out of the corner of your eye you see kind of the opening of the tent shadowed, and you see a figure move into the tent, and you hear suddenly now announcing a visitor.
Yes!
And you see as everyone kind of jerks awake at this.
I pull out my sword.
I've got like tea in hand. Like,
You see, standing up inside this tent, easily the largest Goliath that you have ever seen in your life. Wow. 9 foot, with just seemingly made out of muscle. Like arms and legs like tree trunks, and tattoos just covering, these very, very detailed, intricate tattoos covering over him, with these furs and leathers, like not armor necessarily, but just very kind of savage clothing, with this enormous great axe strapped to his back. As he gets in and stands at full height, as he kind of gives this strange look to this jar, and then just kind of like kicks it over with his foot, and then he looks out at you. He's like, "Ah, what is this? Still asleep? How can you defend yourselves if you're still asleep? Laziness will not win this war." Ha! I'm only kidding. This time.
This time.
Up with you! Come. There is much to do, and only a little daylight to do it with.
We'll have the whole day, don't we?
Up! Move!
Ah,
yeah.
move!
Yeah. I casually get up, keep sipping my tea, put my cup down, like, do not come with urgency, because some strange tall man yelled at me. I'm just being slightly defiant this early.
I'm not running, but I'm moving with typical pace.
Generally, we move a lot faster when we know who's yelling at us this early in the morning.
Drail El Ice Walker of the Farfrost clan.
You're going to,
Now you know.
you're going to have to say it again a little bit slower because you shouted it at me.
You are very slow. Yes. Drail Ice Walker of the Farfrost clan. Now you know who is speaking to you.
Infernal, and like, I would love to hear him try to say that 5 times fast.
I do not speak this language.
Then you're also slow. And I say that in Thieves' Can.
I also do not speak that language, but I need you to move faster.
Are you sure it's not icebreaker? It's very large.
I have broken many ice, yes, but it is not my name.
Fair enough, yeah. Appreciate it. I'm smoking my pipe and walking.
I go down easy. I'm like, he's certainly good at breaking the ice.
He steps over to you, Bear, and like slaps you, like palms you in the chest, like almost taking your breath away. But you know to be kind of a Goliath greeting among other tribes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in yours, but you've seen it before. But like even just in this friendly gesture, it's like it kind of like pushes you back and you know, it kind of hits you how strong this guy actually is. You know, because you're not easy to move like that.
Yeah.
Ah, little brother, welcome.
You finally have someone you can look up to.
I get what his story was saying. This is kind of uncomfortable. Yes, hi. Good morning. I'm not. It's been a while since I've been greeted that way, and I like. Yeah.
Please tell me you do it exactly like this.
That's exactly how I do it.
Ah. The warmth of these lands is making you soft.
It's just I haven't had my coffee yet.
Oh my god.
I was on watch. I saw you coming in, so you know I've been up for a little bit. That's all.
He's good. I'm hard to miss.
That's very
It'd be a
true.
big problem if I snuck by you.
They told me this. That's fair. They told me the same thing.
Do I know the Farfrost clan?
You would.
Okay.
They're one of the kind of 3. You know, there's the Tiranki, the Grolaga, and the Farfrost. Who are like the 3 big.
Trolonki?
Tiranki.
That's gonna be fun.
Tiranki.
Okay. The girl.
Yeah, the Tiranki are the ones, and you know this because you're like from, like these are the kind of 3 bigger clans of Northfire. The Tiranki are the ones who are the most violent. They're the most raiding. They're very into violence on each other. They're very big into competition through violence towards each other. The Grolaga are also violent, but they focus more on hunting and trying to find the biggest and baddest creatures to slay. They also fight and kill each other, but they're more focused on pride of the hunt. And the Farfrost is the smallest of the 3 ones, but they're a lot stranger. They're a little more accepting to other people and outsiders. They're more likely to trade, and they worship a being called the Spirit of the Sky, and don't know much more about it,
Okay. So they worship Spirit in the Sky?
as far as you know.
Okay.
Spirit in the sky or spirit of the sky?
Going up to the Spirit in the Sky.
Yeah,
That's what.
that's what
Thank
I was
you.
going with, yeah.
Yes. Drail. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am excited to get started. Can I ask you, how long have you been part of this little group?
From the beginning.
From the beginning? How long has that been?
I've not kept calendar. Not my thing. Years.
Years.
Maybe a couple.
Oh. And your clan, they don't mind?
My clan not part of this, just me.
Did you also left your clan?
Oh yes, long time ago.
How do you
Part of my skyward path.
Skyward Path? That's interesting. How's that going so far?
He's good so far. Still alive.
Yeah, there you go. Can't complain about that.
Well, I reach out a hand, like shake his hand.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, he takes it like by the forearm, forearm to forearm, and like you almost lose circulation to your hand from the grip of this tree trunk of an arm. It's like it's like you can only get like halfway around his arm, like even with your large hand.
Oh, basketball.
I'm just like, I'm so.
And it
like-
is rock hard,
Yeah.
like just nothing but muscle.
I'm just like shocked. It's like just surprised. Like, what? I'm me, aren't I? Alright.
I just look at Val and I was like, I didn't realize he was petite among these people.
Not petite.
There's always someone bigger.
He's fine. The southern parts and the warmth of these lands always make people soft. We'll make him hard again. We'll make all of you strong.
Lead the way.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. With that, he turns and steps out of the tent as you guys, I assume, pack it up. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't like magic very much, but that is very convenient. Though, makes you more soft. You should sleep on ground.
Tell him that's day one.
We do that.
You are being influenced by them to be soft.
Well, like you're here, we can make them hard again.
I will.
All right, do it.
So he turns and he leads you out that door that you saw Essa leave the night before. And you emerge out into a forested area. And it's the natural area of itself is a little bit interesting because it seems to be in this forested area with trees, some of them of like kind of white bark and some of them brown, but all of the trees, you're seeing a mix of trees that are dead for the winter, but then you're also seeing trees of red leaves that are still there and kind of covered in snow and everything like that, kind of creating a really interesting, little bits of beauty here and there. But as you look out, you look out to see quite a bit of activity. You see a lot of individuals with very crude tents set up in different places. You see a lot of people working. You see people doing what looks like kind of impromptu, smaller blacksmithing work, as well as like woodworking and different crafts and things like that. People, reshoeing horses and things of that nature. You also see quite a bit of people sparring and doing various athletic events, or not even events, athletic activities, like just groups of people running, and things like that. You see quite a variety of races as well. There are a lot of humans and elves and things like that, but you also see dwarves and gnomes and halflings. You see a few more unusual ones. You have seen Drail. You even see at one point an Aarakocra doing, kind of talking with some people, wearing these kind of golden robes of sorts. But as you walk through this, you get a lot of curious glances, but a lot of people they're kind of looking at you very curiously, but seeing that you're with Drail they seem to have seen this sort of thing before, and so they're very curious, but they also go back to their work.
And we're outdoors now, right?
Yes, out in this forest area.
I still cover up my horns, just like out of just a little bit of just. I know that he said, "Oh, it wouldn't be the first of my kind here," but Lirindil has not shown to be good to me, so I just kind of cover my horns up.
And he says, and as you start to notice this yourself, he starts speaking, and he kind of like waves his large hand out, and he says, "Everything is mobile, everything ready to go at moment's notice. Everyone lives this life, everyone dedicated. We all train hard, and you will be trained as well. Like I said, you are looking soft, but we will make you hard. Especially you."
I was smoking my pipe.
We shall see about that, yeah. I know magic. It helps.
Magic is like crutch.
Like, also your muscle there is always my brain. Yeah. And I'll do...
Then all I have to do is knock you upside the head and you're done. Easy.
I look at Balin and I'm like,
Maybe if you'd like to have a drinking competition to show that victory, I'd be glad to take you on that offer.
oh god.
I'm always good for any competition.
You say when, yeah?
Well, not now. You're going to need the only muscle you have.
Indeed. Crack my hands here, just do little stretches. And, yeah.
So as you walk, he continues talking, and he kind of explains how that. And you notice everything seems mobile. Even the blacksmith stuff seems like seems to be it's a little bit smaller anvil, and it's on the back of a cart, and there's mobility and everything. There's nothing permanent, no permanent structures. You can even see evidence around the forest that it doesn't seem like they've even been here that long.
Yeah.
No real clearings of sorts, nothing that seems to be permanent. But he says, "So, you have all come here to be heroes, huh?"
Heroes is a strong word.
Yeah.
It's more if we fell into an occupation that requires us to be stupid and brave.
We like to lend a hand where and when we can.
I agree, hero is a strong word. It's a good thing. Good to be strong. Yes?
There's other things besides strength. Speed, agility.
Well, yes, but that is part of what makes you strong.
Well then, I am very strong.
Are you saying you don't want to be heroes?
Just saying hero is one of many words one can attune to as being part of your persona. You know what I mean?
So as you do want to be hero.
We want to help.
We want to help.
Yes.
Would a true hero try to be one? I feel like it's something more that
You are.
you are or you arise to. It's not something that you seek out.
This seems like Dragon Dawn to me. Wanting to be hero is not a bad thing. Maybe arrogant to say, you're a hero if you have not done deeds to make you one. But wanting to be good, wanting to be one, is that bad thing, no?
Are you a hero?
Sometimes. Some ways.
Well, we've accidentally been heroes a few times.
Indeed, yeah.
Kind of stumbled into it, really.
Simply trying to do the right thing.
You're proud of being bumbling idiots.
Yeah.
Honestly, yes, actually.
It's our name.
It's. Oh, we've not actually told anybody our name.
No, we haven't.
Yeah. Sorry, we're the Folly of the Dark
Oh,
Dragon.
no.
Should we not have said that?
Too late.
Cat's out of the bag now.
I thought... Was that a secret?
Well, we were trying not to take the name as a moniker publicly.
Oh, I'm
We're
sorry.
on the other side of the world.
Have you heard of our name?
No, but if your name is Folly, it's good to not tell people.
It's more of a misdirection, really.
Fair's enough, yeah. They underestimate us.
Exactly.
As we strike them, yeah.
They always if the enemy underestimates, then they make foolish decisions, and then
Just like the dragon as we've slain, yeah.
What the dragon did you talk about?
I've slain a dark dragon.
Good for you.
I love him.
Have you slain this dragon?
Yes,
Fair's
a big
enough.
one.
What kind of dragon?
I'm going to insight that.
A blue one.
Ooh.
18.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Okay.
Young, adult, ancient.
No, fully grown.
An adult blue dragon.
Yes.
By yourself?
Well, no. Had friends with me.
That's actually kind of impressive,
This
to
is-
be
this is
perfectly
fair, yeah.
honest. Nice work, I guess.
It was. Well done.
What do you have to teach us today,
Well, nothing today. We come. I'm taking you to our leader.
Ah,
Ah.
Caesar. Who is... Who's the Zelita, the name?
As for him to tell you what he wants to tell you.
Is there
But
anything,
do not worry. I will make you heroes,
is there anything we should know about him before?
and I will make you see it as a good thing.
From
this
your
is-
lips.
Here is best way to learn to be hero, because there's no silliness of fame and worship, hero worship, and such nonsense. This is much for you. It is your own glory to take with you and be yours. If other people know about it, they take it from you. You have to give it to them. But if you know, if you're a hero yourself, you get to keep that for yourself.
Okay.
When do we get those cool masks you guys had on last night?
There's have to earn those.
I see. Have you
Very
earned?
hard.
Have you earned yours?
Oh yes, I've been here since beginning.
That, yeah.
I was here before masks.
Oh. What did you do before the masks?
I killed people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's the easiest way for them not to recognize you.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, killing start, masks come later.
I see.
Alright. Honestly, that makes sense. I
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
that.
Process
Right.
the
Yeah,
logic.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything we should know about the leader before we walk in? Like, certain ways we should behave?
What not to say.
Yeah.
What to say.
Well, don't lie, don't say anything stupid.
We'll try.
50% we can do.
Yeah.
16.46% we can do.
We can promise not to do them both at the same time.
Can we even make that promise?
No chance.
You're all very strange.
Thank you.
We
Thank you, yeah. We've been told.
Indeed, yeah.
He is good man, but he is very dangerous man. We all very dangerous.
Is he a hero?
I think he is the most heroic. He would never say so, but he is stupid like you.
Getting to understand you a lot better.
Yeah. Just can't with him.
Just another one of his NPCs.
Yep.
I get so excited every time we meet a new NPC. I'm just like, what shenanigans is this gonna be?
Uh-huh.
What is names?
Like, who are we?
Valen.
You can call me Secret Dragon. Also Baron. That also works.
What clan?
The With Me. You know the With Me?
They do.
Oh. Have you been by lately, or have you heard anything about them?
Some. Well, I've not been there myself,
okay.
but
They're good people.
without even asking the rest of your names, he kind of takes an abrupt turn, and kind of leads you over. And you see this area of like a group of people have kind of gathered and are watching a duel of sorts taking place. And for the rest of you, it's a little bit, it's hard to see with this crowd of people and everything like that. Fortunately, you're tall enough to see over the crowd pretty easily. And you see in the middle of this gathering, you see an individual who is this kind of lithe girl who is a kind of younger girl who is with this kind of short black hair with this streak of purple, who is got a pair of daggers, and she is just darting and dashing around with this good agility that you're familiar with as like more roguish movements. Just barely staying ahead of these large, massive swings of a female Goliath. A female Goliath who is got like shaven head on the sides with hair kind of pulled back into this tight braid that goes down her back, with no tattoos on her, unlike Drail and most Goliaths that you're familiar with. And as you watch her, and as she kind of, as they're kind of rotating in the fight, and she turns towards you, this is your sister Mare.
Hold on, I gotta process.
I was waiting for this.
Yep.
I was waiting for this.
Yeah. The way he was describing it, I was like,
I know.
oh no.
Oh boy.
Mare doesn't have any tattoos. Come on, Mare, what are you thinking?
Mare.
Yeah, my
Neither
jaw
do you.
just. Do what?
You do you?
I do, yeah. I got the arm tattoos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, my jaw just drops. Mare?
Well, she's busy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying to her, but like just kind of like to
Do you,
my.
do you say it out loud?
I do say it out loud.
Ah, so you do know her.
Yeah.
I thought with a clan name.
Yeah. Is she the only one? The only with me? Or is there others?
I think so, yes.
Just others?
Just her.
Oh, okay.
Just her.
How long has she been here?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't keep calendar. She's been here a while.
Is she okay? Is she good?
She's very good.
Okay.
You see how she
Oh,
fights?
yeah, she's doing great. She's kicking her ass.
Yeah, she's much to learn her still, but she's doing
Huh.
good.
Wow. I'm okay. Come on, Mare, kick your ass!
I'm just like gobsmacked.
And we can't even see her right now because we can't
I
see her in the crowd.
yeah, but I mean, obviously, I heard that
Yeah, oh, yeah,
conversation.
absolutely.
Like, I'm just gonna get my way through and try to like weasel my way to the very, very front to see.
Okay. You do, and it's it's not very long before the fight kind of comes to an end as they, are apparently. You don't really know the rules of it, but apparently at one point you see them kind of knock each other down a couple of times, but then finally, after a series of moves, Mare barely manages to catch her in a ducking movement and basically plant her on the ground. And you see a cheer go up, and you anticipate it's probably like how many times they got knocked down kind of scenario. But they then Mare helps, like, takes her arm and helps her up, and you hear her just say, like, that was a good fight. You're getting good, Violet. And the other one's like, I need to fight somebody more my own size. I just like wiping some blood off her lip and everything like that. But I'll do it again. And then she just kind of wanders off, and as the crowd starts to disperse and everything like that.
Yeah, just like walk up to her. Mare?
Bear?
What are
you doing here?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
But I asked you first. Wait, did I?
But I was here first.
Well, yeah, but I just got here like last night.
What? And she like goes
like step back. Oh, it is good to see you.
Well, you too.
Man.
I didn't think I'd find you. Well, I was looking for you, but I didn't. Then you weren't here. I didn't think you'd actually be here.
You came here to find me?
Well, sort of. I guess it's a long story, but I left. I eventually left to find you, and I just kind of came down to Lirindil because I didn't know where you went.
Yeah.
And, I just ended up here. I didn't really think you were here.
Oh, okay.
But I saw what was happening, and, I just kind of, I guess I got distracted.
I mean, I understand it's a terrible, terrible thing happening to these people.
Oh, you have no idea, Bear. It's really bad.
Really? We kind of just got the introduction. Like, we've been here like a week. We've seen some things, but we haven't seen everything.
Well, they'll show you. They'll show you, and it's really bad.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Oh, they're okay. They're okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, Mom. She was pretty upset for a while.
Yeah.
You know, I think she understands that. You know, people grow up and they need to do their own thing. But she, you know, I think she always thought we'd be together in the tribe forever.
You left too?
Yeah. Well, after Dad and after you left, and I don't know, just things were never really the same.
Oh.
I don't know. A lot of you know, a lot of our siblings were okay. It felt weird to me.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
So I did eventually leave and thought I didn't really know what to do. Like, I don't know. I mean, I wanted to leave for myself, but I also,
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know where else to go, so I thought I'd try to find you.
Man.
And then I ended up here.
I mean, it makes sense you'd wind up here. You were doing great back there, by the way. That was fantastic.
Yeah, they've been teaching me a lot.
This is our first day. I'm sure we'll learn the ropes. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
There.
it was getting a little awkward there. Bear.
This is Stoic. Easy. Asura.
Hi.
Valid.
Hi.
Guys, this is my sister, Mare.
Hi.
Hi. It's
did-
nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Yeah, it's nice to meet whoever you are, too. Yeah.
You're a hell of a fighter. I didn't know we could put in for an upgrade.
You need 2 Goliaths, and all of a sudden, upgrade bigger.
I'm learning. They're teaching me. I didn't know much besides hunting before I got here, so there's a lot to learn. Fighting people is very different.
Yeah.
It is.
You're his younger sister, yes? What is the age difference?
Please.
Uh-huh.
Don't you
Not
answer that question,
quite.
Bear?
Less than 10. About 8, I'm gonna guess.
8 years your junior.
Yeah. She's not my baby sister, but
Yeah, I'm the middle sister.
yeah.
There's one older, the oldest of us all, and then there's the younger one, but I'm in the middle.
It was like,
Mare like middle.
Yep. Yeah.
he said everyone's names many times. You have a very large family, so
Yeah, I guess so.
hard to keep track of everyone.
Are there other Goliaths in this little group?
We had another one that died a while ago.
Oh man.
There's not too many of us.
That was very blunt. I'm the one who's saying it.
Was it? Oh.
I don't know. They have their own way of speaking. You'll catch on.
Okay.
No, I just appreciated your bluntness. It was a compliment.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's really crazy that you're here.
Yeah, seriously. I had no. I mean, I knew you guys were like, you know, the country above us, but Lirindil was so hard to get into. I had no idea that someone from my clan would be here. It'd be my sister. Like,
It's a little easier to get in from the north. I mean, there's not like a wall like there is in the south.
that makes sense.
It's too big of a border, and it's not, you know. And it was hard at first. The stonemen really don't like Goliaths.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm figuring that out.
for good reason, I think. You know, to be fair, but they fight the Goliaths up there all the time. So.
Well, Drail seems really cool. You met Drail, I assume.
Oh well, yeah. He's helped train me, along with others. But yeah, he's obviously he's very good.
Yeah. He also seems blunt and to the point.
Yeah, he's probably the most honest person I've ever met. And Drell's like, thank you. Well, you have time to talk later, but we need to go.
Yeah, Mayor. See you later. Come by our tent. We'll find you. Or we'll find you. We'll find you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Training.
When we leave, I do stand next to Valen. You okay? You okay?
Doing all right, taking it all in. We've joined the rebellion.
I meant more about we've reunited someone with their sister.
Oh. I mean, it's nice for him. I think there's a part of that I've closed off to a little bit. Like if I find her, if she's alive and I find her again, that's great. I'd love it. But it's been so long, you just kind of lose hope.
I understand. Just checking in.
I thank you for checking on me and making sure. Yeah.
His sister is just like him.
Yeah, it's a little
Got it.
weird.
I don't know what I was expecting, but it makes sense.
Honestly, yeah, like it's. I don't know. I didn't think we'd ever actually meet this family, but now that I've met the sister, I'm like that tracks.
Yep, exactly.
It's kind of like seeing Bear in a dress.
I don't know how to take that. I feel like that is an offensive thing to say.
Is it?
I said Bat was long hair. That's what
Yeah.
it was, yeah. Not so much as a dress.
Well, I mean, she wasn't
Right,
wearing
yeah.
a dress, but you know what I mean.
No, I don't. I'd love for you to, in detail, at a later time, explain what you meant by that statement.
Okay.
But it was very eerie.
It
They
was.
have the same cadence when they speak.
Mm-hmm. Same way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the lack of filter between
Yes.
thought and words. I mean,
Just saying.
she was polite. Like, there was nothing she was being,
Mm-hmm.
too revealing. But it seemed like,
It's very much Bear when we first met him.
yeah. I can't wait to see the two of them around the campfire. It's going to be so funny. I hope she tells us embarrassing stories
Oh.
about him.
Absolutely. Now we have to do this.
I think Bear still has the good liquor in one of the bags.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
That was Jeff talking about it.
Did Bear drink it all?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how much it took the first time.
You're Goliath, so,
One gulp.
Yep.
So as Drell continues to move you through the camp, and he eventually leads you to a little bit larger tent. Still similar practical make, but larger. Meant for more than one person. You see, and he just kind of pulls the tent flap back. He's like, "In you go."
All right.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
In
So
we
you
go.
make
That's it. In we go.
You make your way in, and he doesn't follow you. He just kind of stands outside and waits. And as you enter in, you see, not sure what you what expected, but when you see a tent this size, you almost kind of expect there to be a little bit of luxury of, large, like noble or leader figures. And what you see instead is very bare minimal. You see a table has been set up in the center with a map of Lirindil laid out. You see a very practical single person bedroll over on the side. You see a number of chairs in different places, just simple wooden chairs in different places that appear to be used at different times for things. And another table with a set of, like a large number of white masks set up, just kind of out on the table. And you do see sitting on one of the chairs. You again see Essa, who just kind of nods at you, acknowledgement as you walk in. Said, "He'll be here in a moment." You wait only for a few minutes, maybe about 5 minutes. Just kind of not even much to look at here. Like there's the map, and that's about it. But eventually, finally coming in, like an entrance, kind of slipping into the tent from the back, you see another figure, dressed in all black and with a black cloak that seems to be real. It doesn't seem to be an illusion as far as you can tell this time. You see as he walks in, you see him pull his hood back, revealing a human of sharp and a little bit attractive features. Maybe late 20s, early 30s, with kind of short brown hair, blue eyes that seem sharp and clear and alert, but not in the... He seems, even as he looks over and looks at you guys, he seems very alert and aware and perceptive, but not in the see through you in a disturbing way like Hadressa. It's not quite like that, but like he is very perceptive. And there is, as he walks in, there is a certain presence to him. That just, the way he walks, and the way he holds himself, and the way he, even just his eye contact and everything like that, just seems to have a certain essence to him. And again, not like Hadressa, where it's like that imposing, intimidating presence that makes you nervous. It's like just more of like this is somebody to be respected.
Kind of like a monk type vibe. Like back straight, head up, kind of.
Not quite. He moves a little bit smoother than a monk would. It's like a quiet. It's like a quiet presence. Maybe monk-like in that way, but not quite the same. But as he walks in and kind of looks at you after a moment, he says, "Hello, welcome."
Thank you.
So I believe we've already met, even if you didn't see me at the time.
Do I recognize his voice as one of the...
Yeah, it's the voice you were talking to.
Gotcha. Okay.
In the interrogation of sorts. It's good to meet you face to face.
Likewise.
Yes.
Do we get a name now?
My name's Adris.
Adris?
It's Aedrys.
Not even close. 8.
You didn't tell me that my sister was here last night.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you any of our names or anything about us until you joined.
Okay.
Just as I won't tell anyone about you and your presence here.
Alright.
So you are related to her?
Yes.
How so?
She's my sister.
Good.
You keep her safe, right?
I keep her safe as best as I can of any of us, but the truth is none of us are ever safe in this endeavor.
Okay.
It's the nature of war, my friend. But she knows what she has gotten into.
Yep.
She understands it well, and she makes her own choices just as you do.
Yep, she sure does.
History there. Story to To be told.
Watching Bear in Big Brother mode is like.
I can promise you we are dedicated to one another, as I said last night. We are loyal and we try to take care of one another. That's why trust of each other is so important.
Do you trust us?
You've taken a step in that direction.
Alright.
Well, it needs to be reciprocated, obviously. Trust works both ways.
I agree.
And we originally came because there was talk that you had information.
Yes, well, your help is certainly welcome. But I won't lie to you. You've come at a bit of a bad time. The rebellion, well, some of what has been spread around is propaganda. For example, I am not dead, as they've been trying to tell people. I fear the rebellion is nearing the point of collapse. To explain this, let me start at the beginning. Some years ago, after I was traveling around myself with some friends, I returned and saw what had become of us. You see, Lirindil was originally united quite some time ago, and mainly to deal with the threats of Alraka. And it was better to unify the countries in a unified military to fight that force than, or else risk being taken over and overrun. And there was some benefit to that, but when King Morthag took the throne, it wasn't long before he began seeding certain messages, and eventually throughout he saw that there was discontent among the people about nobility and how some people were rich and some people were very poor. So he took advantage of that and seeded unrest. Once that had grown, he capitalized on it and he released something called the Unified Decree, which was a set of laws that he used to create the Lirindil we know today. But those laws included things like all land, all food, all weapons, all natural resources, and more belong to the people. His whole message, his whole propaganda is that everything belongs to the people. But of course, just by practicality, if 100 people own something, somebody has to make decisions. 100 people can't run anything. So they have to put leadership in place. And then if it becomes bigger, that leadership needs leadership, and so on and so forth. And so you end up with a king. Morthag then held an election saying that the people would choose their leader. And while I have no doubt that that election was not straightforward, if you will. It was not on the level. And soon enough, King Morthag himself was now elected the People's King. And under this unified decree rested control of everything. When I returned to Lirindil and saw what my people had become, what had become of them, or I should say, I left after that had happened, but it developed over the years, and when I returned and saw what was actually happening, I and a few friends, including the one who escorted you here this morning, decided to start doing something about it. We started engaging in small operations of guerrilla warfare. And as we had some tiny amount of success, more people began to come to our cause, attracted to what we were doing. And that's what I needed, a more organized strategy. So how does one fight an opponent exponentially larger than them. Anyone know?
Well, you continue to divide it into smaller and smaller pieces. You can't go against one giant thing, but you can go up against many little things, especially in isolation.
That is one strategy, assuming those isolated pieces can stay isolated long enough for you to continue to dismantle an entire country.
Politically speaking, you put people in power to make decisions.
Oh, that's a government structure, certainly, yes. But how does one get to that point?
Get to which point?
How do you fight and defeat an enemy much larger than you?
Cut off its head.
Cut off its
Are there,
food supply.
there were those of my friends who thought that was exactly the route I should go, was to cut off the head. But unfortunately, there is such power established that if I were to assassinate King Morthag, he would simply be replaced by a new elected leader. Because people like Leader Tilden and General Cray and General Sono and all those others would not allow the collapse of this power structure. They would simply put a new figurehead in place, and things would continue on unchanged. Believe me, there will come a day when King Morthag falls, and I have a very special dagger with his name on it. But that can only come at the right time. In the meantime, the truth is, you can't. You can't fight an enemy on a field much larger than you. Not for ever, not for long. And so to win this particular battle, we have to win the people.
You must be bigger than it.
We can become larger in the people's hearts.
It's a war of idealism.
Indeed. So we took on the masks, and we started a different tactic, psychological warfare. We started utilizing rumors and gossip, spreading embarrassing rumors about the leadership and key leaders, while also exposing truths, such as a certain leader who was known for having small boys brought to his bedchamber at night. And when exposed of that, quite obviously the people were not happy with that, and he was promptly disappeared in much the same way he had disappeared others. There has been assassinations, strategically and somewhat rarely. But there's also been a variety of other activities, like notes placed in strategic places they shouldn't be and things of that nature. Really, the goal is to make them nervous, to make them unable to fully restfully sleep at night, to make them on edge, to push them, to make them live in fear that anything could happen to them at any time. And then to frustrate them as that fear and frustration prompts them to action. We plant false information, we plant false locations and false identities of spies, people who supposedly work for the rebellion but turned out to be our enemies that we wanted to take out, and we let them take out their own. Like I said, this builds over time. And so far, it's worked, and that's part of the problem. They've been brought to a point where they are overreacting. I understand you had a bit of an incident coming in.
Yes.
That town was indeed the location of a safe house of ours, but it was also the location of a dummy safe house of sorts. That's the one they found, eventually. But you saw and understand what happened to that town when they came under suspicion, because that's the point that they've been brought to. They are so frustrated and so fearful now that even on the whisper of such things, they will bring the hammer down hard. Because that's who they are. And they don't hesitate to wield the sword in the heaviest of fashions. It is my hope, and this is the tipping point that we find ourselves coming up on, either this shift in their thinking, this overreaction, will indeed crush us, or it will cause the people to finally have enough and rise up. And if they can do that, then we have our opportunity. It truly, even despite all their propaganda, it truly is the people that must do this for themselves. We could never win with our small operation, but perhaps we could become symbolic of their own freedom and create opportunities for them to win their own.
But how many of those innocents are you willing to lose until that happens? Because what we saw it was not last night, but a few nights ago, it was heart-wrenching. I didn't see it myself, but from what I heard, it was heart-wrenching. But a whole town, within a sense, went down. From, I know you're not playing games here, but if you really want the people to be on your side, shouldn't you protect them?
We do what we can. There was no intent for them to find anything there. We did not plant anything for them to know about a safe house. They just found out. And the dummy was just a safeguard that we had in place for over a year in that particular location.
Becomes a race of information whose gossip is louder, whose story is bigger. Because even though you all were not the reason that the town was wiped out directly, you were there. And if anyone decides the story is that you were the cause of their suffering versus that's a scary woman on the giant horses, it's just the race against who gets to tell the story first.
And they will indeed try to blame that town on us. But the truth is that my men spent that night giving their lives to distract those men long enough for as many villagers to get out as they could.
Understood.
We lost some very valuable people last night, or 2 nights ago. Very good people. And don't misunderstand. The truth is that this frustration and fear is only accelerating what they've been doing for years anyway. Ever since the Unified Decree, it has become more and more this approach. And they will stop at nothing until everyone, hearts and minds, are fully under their control. This is a machine. It doesn't have a soul, and it will not stop. They might have escalated to doing entire towns, but before that, you couldn't count how many people from that town had disappeared in the years prior. That being said, the double-edged sword of being brought to this point is also that there are a number of challenges we have to overcome to survive and get to that point of being able to overcome this. We are low on funds, as some of our secret supporters have begun losing their nerve. We are low on weapons and supplies. So we've had some outside help on that front that is slowed down significantly, and I'm not sure. We're investigating what's happening there. Our allies are growing fewer. While our strategy is working, we have to survive long enough for it to come to completion. And of course, there are several major threats within the crown itself that can never be taken lightly. You've already seen Later Tildren and the Ruby Judge, yes?
Yes.
Two significant figures in this government. General Cray, of course, is also the true leader of the military, and he is very devious and strategic and vicious. There's a reason he is at the top of such a powerful organization. There are other leaders, and we'll get into all the names later as it comes up. There are other powerful figures you'll need to know about and might come up as they become relevant. Of course, King Morthag himself, no stranger to a sword, and he is cunning as well. But in the capital itself, the one wild card that we're not sure about is his court wizard, Araziah, who is reclusive and stays in his keep. I understand him to be very powerful, but yet he doesn't set out on any... He's never gone into combat himself, and so I'm not sure... For all we know, he's dead, but I sort of doubt it. It's not sure what he's doing in there.
Would I have heard that name?
Roll a history check.
Yeah, from one court wizard to another.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright.
The court was social media.
Yeah. We got our LinkedIn together.
Yeah.
Let me double check what my bonus is on history. It's pretty decent. So make sure I have it right. Come on, D&D. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Alright, that's a 22.
Yeah, it is.
I'd say you've probably heard his name in passing as
Okay.
like a powerful, that he's known as a powerful wizard.
Okay. What I know is he come from the Everwood? Or from the school there? Or is from a different school?
Well, the school's in Vesperwind.
Vesperwind, right,
Yeah,
sorry, Vesperwind.
The Tower of Knowledge.
Was he like a senior? I was a freshman.
Yeah, no, you get the. I think from the impression as you're trying to think back, it's like I said, it's only like stuff that happens in passing as names,
Gotcha.
names of power do. It
Okay.
wasn't like there was anything in class about him.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it was. He's apparently old, so
Okay.
would have been. He's not around your age at all. Like,
Gotcha. He's been around
for a while. Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'll snake that away.
Lucky for you, we brought our own court wizard.
Which court?
Shall you introduce yourself, Easy?
The jig is up. Stark. The jig is up.
Jiggy.
You know that I wasn't truly a court visit at the time. The King of Carandian offered an idea of me being a court visit there, but I had graciously declined.
You lied to me, Easy?
Wait, which king? The question is which king? The actual one that stepped down, or the
one that
bad
stepped
one?
down.
Yeah, the one that stepped
The one that stepped down.
The one that was actually a decent dude that we
decent
kind of like ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah, the decent
Well,
king.
he kind of ruined himself. We didn't have to.
He did indeed. He just appointed
Yeah.
Necromancer as his head.
The evil one.
Person,
Yeah. The one that we killed.
Super smart.
So yeah. So not a true cult visit yet, but I say that we are gifted in the arcane.
Well, we can definitely use that. We could also use, internally we have our own struggles as well. Because the people in our organization, predominantly not stupid people, they see how this is going and they see the difficulties we're facing. And maintaining morale in that situation is difficult.
Yeah.
And all the more difficult is the fact that we not only have to maintain morale, we have to maintain aggression. We have to keep up the pressure. Because you have to understand, this is not some dog that we've put on the ground and who runs away if they feel like they're defeated. This is a dragon, and a very large one. And we have put a very large boot on its neck. But if we let up, if we relax even a tiny bit, if we don't continue to exert pressure with everything we have, that dragon will break loose and consume us in fire. And I get it, we've had a little bit of success, and when you're facing the fear of collapse, while also seeing some success, seeing how much it's worked, both of those things end up in either running or complacency. And it's only mortal for those, it's only natural, it's only mortal for those things to happen. But we're dragon slaying, so we need to be more than mortal.
So where do we fit in?
Well, first, I'm going to need to give that some thought. You lot are an interesting group and provide some interesting opportunities. I understand you worked together for some time already.
Yes.
Indeed.
We have.
And, well, quite honestly, without any offense intended, some of you are not going to do so well in certain parts of Lirindil, so there's going to have to be some consideration about that.
Yes, too.
Unfortunately, yes, and you will certainly not be welcome in the northern parts. And unfortunately, you won't be welcome anywhere.
I'm used to it.
But let me say clearly that you are both welcome here. You have no need to be ashamed of who you are here. That goes for all of you.
It's like, yeah.
I think there's some interesting opportunities you might present, perhaps even certain things that could be accomplished even outside of Lirindil, but I'm going to have to give that some thought, and of course I know you have a particular interest here that I will need to be very considerate of.
We would appreciate that.
Do you have any contact with outside help outside the country?
I do have some.
Could they not? I mean, wouldn't that be another way to kill a dragon? Is to get another dragon to help?
Well, not that sort of contact. I do have some contacts that have been aiding in various ways or have made deals with us in various capacities from different places outside of Lirindil. I should tell you right now, though, as we have conversations like this, I am not intentionally trying to be coy only with you. But it is intentional that not everyone knows everything. There is a division of knowledge here.
Indeed.
And quite honestly, if any of us are captured, they are very good at extracting information.
I noticed the failsafe.
Yes. And so, I cannot promise that you will know everything. Even I don't know everything. But that is part of the nature of the system we've built to ensure that even if we're damaged, we're not killed. But that being said, if you are engaged in a mission, I will do my best to make sure you know what you need to know for that mission.
Well, while you're thinking about what to do with us, food for thought is any mission that may divulge information on the butterflies, we would gladly pick up and take for you. And if not, I'm really cracking my knuckles for a chance to take on one of the re-education camps.
I actually second that opinion.
I think there are a lot who feel that way. And you haven't even seen one.
No.
The
But I
10th
can
layer of
guess.
hell. We'll get to that. While I'm thinking, though, you will be quite busy. For the next 6 weeks, you'll be in training. Drail will actually oversee the training in general for you. He will ensure that you learn a lot of the particulars about life in Lirindil, and particularly how to blend in. Because quite frankly, you don't do that very well.
I don't think I'll be able to blend in anywhere.
You'd be surprised.
You fit in just fine with us.
That's different.
Well, we need to... You might have found a place where you belong, but we need to fit in. There's a difference. You'd be surprised. Like I said, you're not the only tiefling we've worked with. So, you will undergo training where we will teach you that. We will teach you how to survive, how, the ins and outs of how Lirindil works. We'll teach you about the different provinces. We'll teach you how we do things and our operations and our philosophy and rules. You will also be paired individually with someone who can help you with your particular skill sets and goals.
Within the five of us, or within your
Each of you individually will be,
Yeah, we'll have
paired with a mentor. So
Oh, I see. Got it.
Big part of animes.
What'd you say?
This is my favorite part of animes.
It's a montage!
I can't do it. I can't do it.
In the meantime, however, we will also be teaching you about more about how Lirindil has kept the power it has, which is not just about military might. You have to understand the propaganda. You have to understand the terminology that they use and the strategies that they use to maintain control far more than a sword can accomplish. And so we will go through that. In the meantime, and he kind of turns to Essa, who kind of walks over and whispers something, and you hear him kind of, that large. All right. In the meantime, we are going to be engaging on a mission where you'll get another taste of why we do what we do.
Before the training.
Right now.
Or right now. Okay.
If you're ready,
What's the
Absolutely.
what's the
Always
mission?
ready.
What are you doing?
you'll see. He starts to walk.
I do kind of lean over to Valen and I was like, this is about the time that I wish that Lopi could be here just to sing about all the great things about us, you know? I feel like she could have pumped this up a lot better.
I thought we were trying to be in whatever.
Well, if we're going to use propaganda on our side, it would have been nice to have her
Oh,
come and be like,
yeah.
"Do-do-do-do."
Let me guess.
I see.
She wrote some really good
No,
stuff.
yeah, she did, but I thought you didn't want people to know about us.
No, but I mean, if we're going to have to toot our own horns and be heroes, it would have been nice to at least
Yeah.
slip in it like
Drail.
a horn tooter.
Drail could be our hype man. He's a great hype.
Drell would be a great type
Yeah,
man.
we could get him on our side.
As we're falling out, I'm also gonna kind of hang back by easy. You alright with this? I mean, I know
In what way?
Well, I know you're fine with the mission and what we're doing, but I know you also got some news about your family, and I don't know if you were planning. I wasn't planning 6 weeks before we even start taking care of what we need to take care of.
Indeed, yeah. Yes. I know that eventually I do need to go back to the Everwood to investigate what's happening there. More than just family drama. But it seems that the butterflies are a higher need and calling of this world. And that's what I was called to do. But personal matters will be addressed once we figure out the truth behind what's going on here.
You don't have to go alone either. We'll all
Sure.
go with you.
No, that's not necessary, but I do appreciate the offer. I'll need help for sure, but as of right now, I have to dismiss that idea and keep focused on the task at hand. But I do appreciate you. It is needed, whatever it is that's happening here, because obviously that dark flame was the most catastrophic power that I've ever encountered. If we ignore that, then the whole world as we know it would be consumed by it. So, once things first right saves the world, then figure out family problems.
Priorities.
Or worse, expelled.
When the time comes, I'd love to go with you.
Thank you, Stark. It means a lot. It means a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll continue on.
They lead you to a place where some horses are given to each of you. And you see Adris, and Drail doesn't mount up, he just walks. Plus, you feel sorry for any horse trying to hold it.
Clydesdale. Get that.
He more needs a chariot.
But you see Adris and Essa mount up, and it's apparently just the three of them going with you.
Okay.
As they're apparently going to keep it small, but
I do, like, while we're mounting up and everything and I'm kind of getting settled on this horse, I do touch my tattoo and I just kind of whisper, this might actually be more of a test than anything. I mean, it could really be a mission, but I think it might also be a test if we're, the only ones.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Seems that way.
Essa saw us fight the two cloakers here. So, oh my god. So it's not like they haven't seen us in combat.
It didn't go very well.
It feels enough, yeah. I know I didn't do this very much.
We literally sent a flare into the sky letting people know that we were there. So we made a kaboom.
So it's the take out our enemies quietly as quickly as possible. You think that's the objective?
I'm sure we'll find
I
out
hope
this.
not. That's not really our style. We're the big gun,
Well,
not the quiet dagger.
excuse you,
Well, some of us.
50% dagger.
What? 20% dagger.
I'm 50% dagger.
You're only 20% recruit.
I'm saying my personhood is 50% dagger.
Right.
I'm saying I could go, my body is 50% dagger.
You bleed
I
daggers.
need daggers.
this is good. We're going to need it. We're going to be disrupting some supply lines.
Might be every kind of job, actually.
With that, we're going to take a break.
Woo!
Maybe freaking with me.
Just
Bear
just
with
'cause you
me.
spit daggers does not mean you're part.
What are you, a rapper now?
Yeah.
That's your name.
I don't know if you know, but
I did not know.
yeah.
Little cutta.
Little cut.
I hate everything about that experience.
Repping the streets of Iraka.
I want to go.
Baby Vapula.
Baby,
Oh yeah! Yes! Yes!
I hate everything about this.
I just like,
You're welcome.
I just picture you like this kind of pose, like when you're.
Something you never want to hear is me attempt rap.
Nope.
No one ever wants that.
She does this, but she uses her tail as the chair.
Yes.
I don't know much about.
Can
Tickling Anatomy. I don't know if
I
it's
also
possible, but
go on a walk with Ildris? I'll see you in like bye guys.
6 months.
Next album coming out next month. As you be like,
All right.
adventure.
yeah. Sorry, we're better
We
time.
will be back.
I'll rock and
We'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. As we get back into things, you see the three, Adris, Drael, and Essa, mount up and start leading you on a trail through the woods. And you see they move at a pretty fast pace, so talking is not going to be difficult. But they're also avoiding main roads. You see a lot of just kind of taking back roads through the woods. The woods continue to have these interspersed red trees throughout it. Some evergreens in there too, but mostly a mix of the trees that are dead for winter and these red leaf trees. You see, you travel for several hours this way, and eventually, probably toward early evening, maybe. You get to a place where you see a road up ahead, and he kind of holds to stop. He said, and he dismounts and has you guys kind of hide the horses away, quite a ways away. And he says, "All right, there's going to be a supply line coming through. We are going to kill the guards, anything that's watching it. But do not do anything to the wagons themselves. And no fire anywhere near them. I need to repeat it.
Nothing to the wagons. No
No
fire.
fire anywhere near the wagons, and do not hurt the wagons."
Understood.
Gotcha.
Do the guards have to die?
They will, sooner or later.
But like they will die sooner or later.
If not by us, then by their own.
Well, you would rather let them go?
You're saying they're not the enemy. Morthag's the enemy.
I think you'll find that line is not so easily drawn. The soldiers are the ones who carry this out. And while there have been incidences of traitors or people who sympathize, they're fairly rare. And it's too much of a risk to give the hesitants involved in the benefit of the doubt most of the time. It's not how I would prefer to go, but we've learned some hard lessons. And you have to understand that the vast majority of these soldiers will hand you over to fates worse than death without a moment's hesitation. That makes them the enemy. Whether their conscience bothers them or not, their actions are clear. And that makes them the enemy. And we don't have the numbers to hesitate. So I won't.
Okay.
Do we need a quiet approach?
We will set up an ambush. We'll also need to... I will probably take a position a little bit further along the road where they'll be coming from to get ahead, to get a look at what their arrangement is, and I'll be able to communicate some sort of plan if there's any adjustments that need to be made. In the meantime, we need to set up an ambush right up ahead on the road.
May I also be with you towards the front of it? I can take out the last in line very quickly and quietly. Before they even make it to the ambush, one's already out.
How good are you at staying invisible?
Working on it. I'm light of foot.
This is a time for straightforward honesty, sober honesty. Not for bashfulness or modesty or overconfidence. How good are you?
I'm fairly stealthy, yes. And I'm quite light of foot.
You can, but if you're not good enough, I'm going to make you stop behind.
I understand.
Let's go. The rest of you take up positions.
Where's Essa and Trail going?
They're here with you.
Okay.
Well, if she's going with them, do you guys want to split up? Minis, you'll take this side of the road if you guys want to take the other.
I am going to show you what you're looking at. So
Hey!
you can set up how you would like.
Nice.
A few times where we sneak up on the enemy, so the enemy on us.
You know,
Pretty rare.
you actually brought up a really good point because we haven't killed people.
Yeah, I know.
We
Yes, we
not
have.
Well,
no.
we
Well, speak for yourself, ball grabber.
We haven't. Is that Glave's nickname for you?
No!
Ball grabber.
Never!
But the rest of us have not killed that many people.
No, this is kind of like murder, you know.
I mean, it's not kind of, it's murder.
Yeah, it's not kind of. I mean, but murder in war is different.
Is it? It's... I'm not going to get into that level of semantics.
That's
This is D&D.
That's a whole conversation.
Yeah, this is D&D.
It's dandy.
Fallout. War.
Oh yeah,
War is inevitable.
Winter
In
is
a
coming.
world.
No, I'm going Fallout.
I know, but the minute you put that voice in play, I was like, in a world.
I'm hoping this works the way I need.
It's Roll20, doing Roll20 things again.
It's living its Roll20 life.
Just the best.
We should probably not say the name. for
Roll
that.
number.
Roll 20. We appreciate your free service. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much. People,
Oh, yeah, I mean,
I didn't say anything negative. I said Roll20's doing Roll20 things. I don't know.
yeah, those could be good things.
Yeah. 'Cause I still
look, I'm
see
just
you
saying
roll back.
there are some things that need improvement, but I still use it, and I
Yeah.
still like it a lot. There are a lot of things I like. And there's I use that over everything else. So
Yeah, it's doing the top. Virtual tabletop.
We'd love to live test some of your features. You know.
I just want to pet you. Just like, shh, no, honey, no.
Oh, I think we call back. I don't even know why I did that.
All right, what we got?
Okay.
Damn. Even Drill's a mini. It's like a Drill Mega.
Drill.
He's just in a mech suit.
Yeah. He is the next suit.
for the moment.
We're kind of getting that
Sized. Yeah, so you can see most of it, but so you can start thinking about where you want to set up here. So what you're looking at is there are some kind of cliffy, like rocky areas there. About 10 to 15 feet up at the top of the map there. There are some trees and bushes and things of that nature. Snow.
I got you.
So
What is the path off the map?
and there are wagons there that's just showing where they're gonna.
Right. So the path that's off the map to the left, is it just open field? Is it wooded? Is it mountainous?
It's similar to this. It's just gonna it's a ways away, maybe 50 feet or so. It probably opens up into field.
Okay.
You can see there's still some woods and stuff like that, which is where Adris and Asura went.
Got it.
So I can get on the left side. When I see them coming, I'll turn invisible, and I'll wait for them to get in position before I attack and become visible again.
Yeah, I don't want to waste an invisibility for myself.
Yep.
But
I don't mind. I can do it.
but easy if you've got magic to spare, I could really use some quiet, sneakily stuff.
How much time do we have until this thing arrives?
I don't know. How long does that last? It lasts an hour.
True. I don't know if it's instant. Is that what?
Yeah, it
Is instant? Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like I should spell. Yeah. So I go ahead and wizards pass without a trace.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're gonna need that if we're gonna
Stealth around.
try to like hide for the ambush.
Yeah. Plus 10 to dexterity stealth checks.
Okay.
Can't be tracked except by magical means.
I mean, I still. We need to cover both sides.
There's just nowhere to hide over there. If you
I'm saying I can turn invisible.
if you want to go invisible, go on that side.
I'll wait for them to come around the corner before I do it, like just in case.
How long does yours last again?
An hour.
We'll tell you ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've got my tattoo.
I guess you got over there by yourself is fine.
I can wait. I'll be the. If they try to run, then I can corner them, make sure they go the other
Yeah.
way. Yeah, an hour.
Well, you can get because that's the thing is, they may try to hide behind the wagons,
And I can.
and you'll be on the side they're hiding on.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, I'll wait until I'm useful.
Well, then who wants the front? If you want the front, I'll hide near the back.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. I was also gonna hide near the back, near those two trees in the back side.
You want to go with me then?
Yeah, I'll be on that side with you.
Because I keep forgetting I'm a range fighter. Like I really am. I don't want to be, but
You have to.
I have like 300 feet with my sticking things. So
Be the poke boys in the back.
I don't.
I heard it. I heard it.
Poke. We're poking from far away.
Don't
It's
just.
called the Poke
you know,
Boys.
stop. Stop.
so yeah. So I think me and Easy are gonna go back over there somewhere, Doug.
Yeah.
Hey, where's my thing? Oh, it's a feature.
Behind a tree.
Yeah, kind of hidden back there if we can.
Yeah.
Where's that?
What's it? We to alter ourselves to look like attractive Lirindil women.
Jesus Christ.
I could.
we got
I could.
lost.
I swear to God.
Show a little ankle.
I could look like a Lirindil and be like,
oh my god, it's so cold out here.
Can we my sandal? I'm leaving. I'm gone.
I've always depended on the kindness of strangers.
The movie doesn't end well.
I know. What movie is that?
Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
Movie's also long as hell. Oh, I know it's a classic, but I also don't like it.
I still haven't seen.
so
What's that other one? What's that one with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise where like
Eyes wide shut.
No, not that one, dude. No, when
That
he's
was
like
a proper
trying.
180.
Days of
I'm like, I want to go over this way.
It's like about the Oklahoma trade when they opened up the land for like they took the land and then just gave it to all the people that claimed it, even though people lived there.
What was
Remember
You
this?
mean America?
It was
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
exactly what I meant.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're
Tom
not wrong.
Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Tom Cruise was a boxer in like the city, and then he goes out west.
Are you sure it's Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
And Nicole Kidman?
Does nobody remember this
Cruise and
movie?
Nicole Kidman. I thought the only thing, Vanilla Sky was like.
No.
Nicole Kidman
They've been in a
That was,
bunch of movies
Cameron
together.
Diaz.
That was-
Yeah, that was Cameron
That was
Diaz.
Cameron
They've been in a
Diaz.
bunch of movies
Blonde.
together.
Really? Anyway,
Actor.
we're getting off topic.
Sorry.
Way out
Tom
topic.
Cruise is a boxer in the as a pioneer. What?
Yes, dude. It's like like Gone with the Wind. It's like back in those old days, and like it's such a long movie that when you remember it, it's like 2 movies. Like.
And then
I remember.
Kind of like Sound of Music. Sound of
I was
Music.
gonna say,
movies.
and then there's the wedding at the top
Yeah,
of the
like-
second half
yeah,
of the
like
movie.
2
When you switch the cassettes, the wedding
Yeah.
starts.
Weddings.
That's how
I just let me tell you that's how I track that movie. When you switch the cassette, the wedding
Yes.
starts.
That's the movie.
Yeah.
Whatever it is you're looking at.
Far
That's
and away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I the only one that's? It's
I've
actually
not
a
seen
really
this.
good movie.
Never
It's a
heard of it.
30-year-old movie.
I mean, if Tom
Never
Cruise is
seen
in it,
it.
I haven't seen it.
I'm showing my age, man. Like,
Yeah.
Also just
Thanks,
obscure
Dad.
movies.
Thanks for the snacks.
It is obscure.
it's not, dude. That movie was huge.
Was it?
It's
Yes.
It's not.
In like what 1860?
Not that old.
When the talking started?
With the talking stuff. The picture
I
show.
mean, you weren't allowed to watch movies like that when you were in
Yeah, 'cause
elementary
it's a
school.
picture
So
Cost a nickel.
Do you know what movies I was watching in elementary school? My father was not paying attention.
So, Bear, where would you like to go?
Bottom left.
Bear and a power bottom.
So you're not hidden
As
over there
soon
at all.
as I said it.
You just,
When they come, I'm gonna turn invisible.
okay, so right there.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, let me make sure. Okay. Alright. Well,
You said you want me up near the front?
Near the front, yeah, and then we'll.
Right there?
That's what I'm thinking. We only have those 2 big
Hiding
trees
that.
to kind of hide.
alright. Sarah?
I'm going with what's his face to be just a little bit
Beatrice.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
with so that I can also be part of the contact thing since I have my tattoo. Also specifically because I can, in theory, assassinate the last driver. Is my theory is that if I can take out the last driver, then by the time the rest of the caravan even gets to them, they've already lost somebody.
Okay. Stoic?
It was working earlier. Over here by that big tree. For me and Easy. We're gonna hide back there.
Both of you?
Yeah.
And you did your spell.
Yeah, pass out a trace.
So there?
Yep.
Okay.
Pass without trace, you'd be within 30 feet.
When we cast it.
Would you cast it? Yeah, then we can split up.
For a moment, they're going to be over
But
there.
you have to stay within that radius to maintain it.
Let me see.
Yeah, it is with anybody within.
30 feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
I
have to
thought
main-
that
you
was
have to main-
casting.
No, you have to maintain.
You have to
like,
maintain.
It's like an aura.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the giant Goliath and the and the half orc may need it. So sorry, I'm envisioning this big, like 9-foot Goliath trying to hide behind the short tree.
Yeah.
Like here me and Easy are in this big giant tree, and he's like trying to turn sideways.
Making his arm like a branch.
I think he just needs to grab 2 branches and go like this.
Yeah.
He just
He's
looks
a
like
tree. He is tree.
Yeah.
I am behind the mountain. He's behind the mountain now.
Doug moved him.
I'm a tree.
I am
He is
tree.
actually going to move over there because he was, yeah.
Sticking out.
I like that visual.
It's like what I envisioned actually, and then I was like, wait, no, he's not. He's not by rocks there. Like, it's not, okay.
Is it snowing or is it just snow on the ground?
It is not snowing
Okay.
at the moment.
He just flexes to look like rocks.
Rock pose.
Don't mind these boulders.
You took us to the boulder show.
Oh my god.
All right.
I
Roll a
messaged you
stealth
too
check.
late.
Please do not fail me. That'll be a dirty 20.
Okay.
Must have rolled low.
Yeah, I rolled an 11.
He rolled a 34.
Jesus! Okay, I'm not him.
He is,
I need to work on what he's got.
he is high end.
Hey, bring up trainers.
But
My favorite
I'll get the
sneakers.
stealth one.
So
I want high tops.
as he takes off and you follow him kind of across and into the woods, and you see him just sort of duck and take this almost semi-crouch stance, and you just barely see a leaf move as he just kind of melts into the forest, and you're like, holy crap. It's almost like water, like it's like going into water. It's like not a crack of branch or anything. It's uncanny almost. And so you follow in behind him, trying your best, and
At least got those boots on.
yeah. Still moving silently, but still, it's weird because like this whole time, like as you've been working with the group and other people along the way, like you've always been very good by comparison. Like everyone else seems noisy and everything like that, but this is like the first time where you feel noisy. Like even though you're not making much sound, like you're not disturbing much. You're doing pretty good, but it's almost like he's not there. He's almost like a phantom moving through these woods, and it's almost like one of those intimidation by just proximity of skill kind of things.
Yeah. But Asura also has quickly realized that one of the things that like gets her excited is people who are like really good at something. She has this like so she's like already kind of like around him now because she's like, fuck, he's so good.
And so, but he does not stop you from accompanying him. So you do eventually, you kind of make your way a little bit closer to the edge of the woods, kind of further up the road, and then he kind of signals for you to stop, and he kind of crouches down, utilizing a bush, and he kind of positions himself in front of a tree, and then kind of behind a bush, and you think that's strange at first until you realize, like, looking from the other direction, the bark of the wood is going to be dark against him, making him blend in even more because it's not a dark shape standing out against the snow. And when you realize what he's doing, it's like, oh, in front of the tree, okay. Yeah, so your instinct is to go behind it.
I literally just kind of mirror whatever he does.
Yeah, so you try to take up a similar position, just not too far away, and then lying low, and then you wait. You guys kind of take up position and wait for a while. You do see one or two travelers passing by, but not a whole lot of traffic. And eventually, as you guys are waiting, eventually Adris does signal to you, and he then takes and as you after he signals you, it takes a minute or so, and then you start to hear the distant sound of hooves and movement. And as they start getting closer, and you start to see shapes getting closer, he kind of looks at you, and he scoops some snow and puts it in his mouth, and kind of gesturing for you to do the same. You do this, and just like in this cold snow in your mouth now and everything like that, it's unpleasant. You think it's kind of strange, but you also then notice there's no breath, but you don't see your breath anymore. He just kind of nods and goes back to looking. As you see the train of wagons start to come into view, you start to see out front of this wagon, you see a group of soldiers wearing the crown's garb. But you also see an individual in the middle wearing similar color and symbolism and style, but like robes. As that looks very distinctly different from everyone else. And kind of carrying himself with this sort of haughtiness to him. And you hear a voice in your mind that says, "Don't say anything. just talking. That's a war mage. Very powerful one by the looks. That's going to be a problem. They kind of continue slowly walking by, and then you see behind, periodically, soldiers kind of walking on either side of these wagons. And by the way, these wagons are strange in and of themselves. The wagons are completely enclosed and covered, made with like seemingly really solid wood with these iron bands over the top. And they're wide. Like they're easily twice, probably even more, the width of a normal wagon, with these large, heavy-duty wheels, and just far larger than you've probably seen before. But look like very heavy-duty wagons that are made to carry quite a bit. But the other thing that catches your eye, you only notice that momentarily, is the thing that catches your eye mostly is walking alongside these wagons with the soldiers are these large four-legged creatures with segmented armor and these long kind of pointed heads with these huge, like, kind of long mouths that are just lumbering through the snow and don't look like anything you've ever seen before. And you can see, well, roll a perception check. Quick.
Let's do this one. See what happens.
Thought they were armor.
That is going to be a 21.
21. Okay. I'd say that just as one gets close enough, you see what looks very faint, but what looks like on their forehead some sort of symbol on them. You see them just sort of lumbering and everything as they go along, and you see they're quite large. Like they're, height-wise, maybe slightly taller than a horse, and then like probably 20 feet long from snout to tail, into the tail. Just very...
And are they hooked to the wagons, or are they walking?
No, they're just walking
Side.
alongside it.
Is there anybody like riding them, or like? Okay.
He's, Adris says, alright, we're gonna have to make a slight change. Let's go back. You see him just sort of slide, backwards out of the way, and then, keep him extremely low to the ground until he gets further back, and watches as you also try to make your way back, and then eventually kind of gets back out of, far enough out of sight, and then kind of gets into a crouch position to move pretty quickly back to you guys. He says, change of plans. There's a high-ranking war mage accompanying them in the front. You see Essa kind of curse, and Drael's like, good.
Oh, good. I guess I'll take him first. Yes.
I think we're going to be best if we divide and conquer this. I think Drael and I can take the mage on the front, and the rest of you can take on the creatures and the soldiers. Do you think you can handle it?
I know we can handle it. I kind of assumed you were going to have us take out the big dog, but that's fair.
I see Drael like, the little one is cocky.
I like that.
Adris sort of nods, and you see all three of them take out masks and put it on, and you see the black garb appear, except for Adris, who's already wearing the black garb and just puts on the mask and doesn't seem to change appearance. But,
I just put my hood up and try to tighten up my cloak a little bit, just to be less a giant purple tiefling.
just with that white mask, just nods to each of you. He looks at Essa just briefly and says, "Have a care, but be strong."
What did he say?
He says, "Have a care, but be strong. Like, be careful, but do what you gotta do," kind of thing.
Okay.
And then you see the two of them circle around, and you see like a sudden change in Drail as this whole time you've been walking with him, he's like a bull, like he just barrels full at everybody. He just waits for everybody to get. Everybody gets out of his way. He doesn't really, you know what I mean? Like he just bowls forward. But as soon as he starts following Adris, you see him take on this crouched position too, and you suddenly see him you almost get this image of like a tiger, like this predator now, like a trained hunter who has gone into hunting mode and is now in that stealth mode. Not as much, not to the degree of Adris, but still impressive for somebody of his size. And he's still big, so it's still not nearly as invisible, but he's definitely somebody who knows what he's doing. So they move to the front, which is going to be off the map here. Sir, where would you like to be?
I'd like to actually. How far up are these cliffs again?
Range from about 10 to 15 feet. So these big one right here, like up here, is like 15 feet, and then over here is like 10.
I think. Hold on. Let me quickly do my ruler. Let me just figure out how far that is from the actual. Let me do my ruler. Why won't you let me do it? Let me do it. Stop.
Where are you trying to go?
I'm trying to just figure out the distance between here to the actual, like... I think I'm fine with any of my range
34
stuff.
feet.
Okay, yeah, then I'm
Yeah,
cool.
about 40, give or take.
Yeah, I'll just tuck up right there for now and get a good range to start, and then I'll figure out what the rest happens if I need to get, close quartered.
Alright, so I need. Did you cast Pass Without a Trace?
Earlier I did, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but-
I need.
I think when we discussed, you probably would have done it when we knew they were coming, not when we first got there, though, right?
What's the range?
Well,
30 feet.
I mean,
Because I don't know how long we were sitting there.
yeah, that's true.
Is it a while?
Most of us are all out of that range.
So I'd
Yeah.
say you cast it when we send the notification.
If you
I'd say you're probably on the very tail end of it by the time this
Yeah,
happens.
it's an hour long
Yeah,
spell.
I'd say
so.
you'd get it for this, but then it's gonna
Okay.
go away.
Okay. That's fair.
Because you did say you were casting it, so.
True, yeah, I did. So,
All right,
I didn't
so
know
I
how long
need-
the weight was.
And is the aura 30 feet or 20?
30.
30,
feet, yeah.
right?
Alright, so basically,
so it's us
Essa
three.
and Stoic are gonna get it. Everybody else is normal. So I need you all to roll stealth checks.
Are they like? Do we know? Is it time for me to do my invisibility? Or like, are they within the hour of being here?
Yeah, I mean, he would have
Alright,
communicated
alright.
to you and told you
It's going to be a good night, easy.
It's gonna be a good night.
via that same method of kind of talking into your mind.
I know, yeah. I know, I agree too.
Nope. Not great.
We get advantage because you're invisible.
I'm disadvantaged because of my armor.
So straight roll.
It's a straight,
Straight roll.
well,
Womp womp.
better than disadvantage.
My question is, if the ambush, like if we all are hit, do we get a surprise round?
Do we get a surprise round?
It's gonna depend.
On
Yeah,
stealth.
that's what I mean, like, that's why.
Yeah, it's important.
Okay.
Because then I can assassinate the place.
A surprise round.
Really good.
Yeah. Trail and Adris both rolled natural 19s
Yeah!
plus their modifiers.
Yeah, which is like 20. Because he was rolling like a 34 to stealth. I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Yep. Pretty stealthy.
Pretty good.
That's why. Sorry, I got my sheets mixed up. I'm like, oh, this is not as high as Idris. What's going on here? Okay. Alright, Valen, what'd you get?
18.
That sounds good.
Come on.
Come on, you can do it. You got it. I believe in you. You can do it.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
I don't know.
So confused.
Don't worry about it.
You're setting up an ambush.
So Jeb and I communicate with each other.
Trying to get to the point where I can record all this here, and it's
Oh.
Valen got 18.
Yep, bear.
3.
Oh,
26.
They've been here.
Stoic.
27.
You beat me?
Easy.
28.
Hey, I was supposed to get the pass.
Yeah.
I was like, how did you beat me? I got 26 on my own.
Yeah, because we got to pass out.
I got 3 on my own, so.
Oh no.
I was hoping that invisibility helped you.
It did.
You're a distraction.
Worse. Could have rolled twice and rolled lower.
And I got a natural 1.
Put a little bit more snow in my mouth to hide the breath.
Okay.
But I'm also like, oh, brain freeze.
Before we get started here, just go ahead and roll initiative. Let's get that out of the way here.
Okay.
A little better.
Not as good.
Please. That thing was 20 and it flopped over to the other. Like,
Ric Flair. Woo! Woo! Feel good tonight.
20 or higher?
26.
20.
15 or higher? 10 or higher?
12.
10.
Stoic.
No. Oh no.
Stoic. 4.
Oh, buddy. Buddy. Sorry, you did your best.
Where's the. Oh, there she is. Essa. Big group of people.
That was so bad.
I had the idea, did not have the
We will.
landing.
I feel like I got hurt by that.
You
So-
did a little bit. Psychic damage.
Psychic damage.
So as the as you take up positions and you hunker down as best you can, and you see the caravan, the train start to come into sight, and you all see now these abnormally large wagons, like heavy duty wagons, roll into sight with these, this very confident looking mage in the front, accompanied by a number of what look like personal guard type soldiers that seem to be distinct from the ones kind of escorting the wagons towards the back and along the sides. And then you see these large lumbering kind of naturally armored creatures lumbering along. As you wait, as instructed, you wait until the caravan has passed to about halfway or so, trying to wait for them to get in position so that Adris and Drael can take on the front while you guys take on the middle and back here. There comes a moment where one of the soldiers who just sort of looks a little tired, like they've been walking for a while, and kind of glances over, and you see him kind of make a frown. And he starts to go, "Hey!" And he points to a place where there are 2 large footprints in the snow, with just a slight movement. As another one is like, there's another one on the other side, like points over in the direction of. It's hard to tell exactly, like back towards. Not sure if it's Essa or Stoic, but they seem to have noticed a couple of you. So we're going to go into combat, and essentially, some of you are going to get a surprise round, the others are not.
Okay.
So basically, they spotted Bear and Essa, who rolled crappy.
Oh no.
That's okay.
Oh wait, No, they wouldn't have spotted Essa, so just because of the pass without trace.
Oh, yeah, that's true. She's
plus
within
10.
range.
Yeah,
Plus 10.
it's a big help for her.
Distraction.
Because she rolled crappy. So really just Bear. So
All by himself on the other side.
It's fine.
I'm gonna die all by myself.
okay. Let me.
So do we see those creepy
Yeah, hold
gremlin things?
They're coming.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, they're coming. Because it's 4K, it's so weird seeing it there versus there.
Oh, I know what these are.
Oh no.
Oh, these are rough. Oh, there's like right next to me.
Almost threw these in the one shot.
Oh really?
Oh no.
Oh boy. Yeah, not gonna
Never really
metagame.
high
Not
level
gonna-
one
I'm
shot
not
we were
I'm
gonna
not
do.
I'm not gonna metagame it. I know what these are. This is not gonna be fun. They were very strong.
Oh my god, Bear is.
I'm dead.
Bear's not doing good.
Nope. Not at all.
Oh.
Terrible idea. Why did I do this?
Some guy just.
Okay,
Carrying Bart.
sir.
Seeing that Bear got his body noticed immediately, bow out, and I'm gonna shoot the big creature that's right by Bear.
Okay.
Some really helpful information here.
Yep.
Go for it.
And that's gonna be a natural 20. Plus I have assassinate, which already doubles, so I've just
Holy
quadrupled.
smokes.
Is that how it
No,
works?
that's not how it works.
Let me do it! Let me do it! Because it already doubles! Let me do it!
300 points of
Let me do
Double
it!
crit.
Gosh. That would be fantastic.
Because it already doubles because of assassinate. God dang it, let me do it. Alright. 6, 6, 12. 13. 15 doubled to 30. So 33.
Solid.
Not bad. So as you burst out of the bushes and just in one smooth motion take a shot with your bow, you see it sink into a place in between the segments of armor, and you just hear this thing go as it just lets out this more angry than painful roar of fury. As it starts like whipping around, you hear the arrow crack as the segments close, and it closes as it moves and everything like that. It starts whipping around.
Did it seem to do damage or not? Like,
Oh yeah, it seemed to hurt it. Yeah,
Okay.
you see a little bit of blood kind of coming out from the segments, but yeah. So Essa is up.
Because this is a surprise round, do I also get a bonus action or no?
Yeah.
Because the bonus action, I want to hide again and then switch the opposite side of the tree. So like over more towards that side.
Okay. Yeah, well, still.
Natural 20.
Okay.
2 in a row.
Two in a row at the
That's
same
good,
time.
but like those are not
I
good
know.
times to have them.
I know.
But they're there.
Yeah, they're there. They count.
They count.
All right. Essa's gonna run up to this guy here, and
The guard.
yeah, try to do a hit on him here.
This makes me.
Rolls a natural one.
Oh.
Sweet. I have a plan.
He's had a rough go at it.
Yep. And then she's gonna fall back and hide again.
Another creature.
That's pretty good stealth though, so. Easy.
All right. I see the creature over near Bear that's approaching him, and I am going to cast the Psychic Lance.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's gonna have to do
Is this your
a
unicorn attack?
yeah, it's like a fires out of my forehead, like do a stance. I actually just put my arms down and just lean forward. It's just like point my head towards the creature, and it needs a save on a 16 intelligence check.
Okay. That's a fail.
All right, so when I hit it, I do 7d6s of psychic damage. And it's incapacitated until start of my next turn. Alright.
How many d6 do you need?
I'm just gonna roll it on D&D Beyond.
Sorry, how much damage was yours? 34 was it? 33?
Yes?
33.
33.
Yeah.
It will do 26 psychic damage.
Jesus.
Not bad.
26?
26.
Actually, that's
And it's incapacitated.
And it's incapacitated. That's the big thing.
Yes.
It is.
Oh, this is your mind spine.
It's my mind lance. Finally delivered a good mind lance out of all these tries I've been thwarted.
But it's incapacitated until your next
Until my
turn.
next
but
turn.
it's your surprise round, so
So yeah.
Problem is you don't get surprise round.
right.
Right. So
I
at
mean,
least it's not
still-
going to be attacking you.
Yeah, not
That's
yet.
the whole point.
Well, when you get into the round though, so I'm saying this is your surprise. So that's anyway.
So your next turn will come
Yeah,
up
but
real
it's
quick.
incapacitated.
Oh, so it's going to come right back up?
Kind of.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, unless they rolled really high, and then it'll circumvent their turn. So
True. That's a good point.
Okay. Very nice. Incapacitated. Don't like that.
I don't like that. Oh.
still just a very hard choice to make.
Alright. Vellum?
Follow your heart.
So, am I in a tree or is this more like a bush?
This one is a tree.
It's a tree, okay. Alright, I'm trying to decide if I want to climb up the tree or stay on the ground. Let's go ahead and attack the weird creature thing. I am going to do this.
It's not a horse, dude. It's not even a little bit of horse.
With my
It's got
katana.
creepy
I was trying to
teeth.
decide what I wanted to do or not.
Okay.
And I want to make sure this hits first. That's a total 20.
Yep, that hits.
Alright. I'm going to try to pump a stunning strike into it. So it makes a DC, a Constitution saving throw DC 14.
Okay. That's a pass.
Okay. Of course it is. Always pass on mine. That's 9 points of damage. On the first one. Do another strike. Another hit with the sword.
The horse will probably hurt them. Whatever.
Of course, it's a
they are,
natural
probably.
one. Why would
Oh no!
So that obviously misses.
Okay.
I am just going to do an arm strike for my bonus action. I'm not going to do flare blows. Okay, that's I think a total 20 to hit. And I'm doing it.
I just like the idea of you just punching this like chaos creature in the face. I just like that image so much.
KO!
8 points of damage.
Okay.
And I think that I would like to scare back and try and climb up the tree.
Stuff you don't know that.
Okay. Make
Sure,
an
I
athletics
know,
check
it's-
for him.
Yep. I'm gonna try this
It's gonna
out.
get
See if this
wild.
works. Athletics. 18.
Okay.
How tall is the tree?
It's not terribly tall, like,
And not just for my weight, but
yeah.
like 10 feet, something like
Yeah,
that.
you probably get about 15 feet up
15 feet, okay.
before it starts getting too thin.
Yeah. Cool. That's my turn.
Okay. Bearer, you do not get a turn.
Nope.
Stoic.
Stoic's been thinking very hard and how to plan, but changed it because he's consigned himself to this is war. This is not a battle. We are defending, but this is war. This is war. And so he is going to cast Sickening Radiance. Basically right on the horses, which will most likely kill them.
Why would you do that?
Because it's a 30-foot range and it's gonna get 4 to maybe 5 of them in it. So it's a 30-foot circle. I'm trying to get as many of them as I can. I think if I originate it on those horses, it's gonna get most of those guys.
Including the wagons.
It does not hurt objects, I looked. It's not fire. It only hurts living creatures.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's not fire.
Don't do it.
But what are inside the wagons?
Oh, shush!
Don't
this
do
is
it.
war! I told you. I thought about it.
You have not.
You have not thought about it for 1 second.
This is not a good idea.
We don't know what's inside those wagons.
There could be chickens in there.
There could be humans inside
Oh,
there.
okay,
These
yeah,
are very
humans.
wide There could be people that are being sent to the camps that they're trying to save right now.
It's a possibility.
I know.
Then why would you do it?
Because Stoic don't know that.
Stoic don't know.
Oh my god, I hate this. Why? Why? I hate this.
You don't have to be stupid.
You
know?
don't have to be stupid.
So it's a
Mine-
30-foot.
30-foot radius. My intelligence is 0. Just so we're all clear.
It's more a wisdom thing. Stoke's pretty.
Also,
Street smart.
no, he was.
Stoke's pretty street smart.
He was.
Just because your intelligence or your scores drop does not mean you get dumber.
Yes, it does. My wisdom is -1.
You only get 2 of them.
Alright,
This
so
is
if
not a good plan.
Can I really only get 2 of them?
Yeah, this is not worth it.
Well, then I don't want it on the horses. Because I was trying to get as many of them as I could.
This is a terrible
I
idea.
don't want to get...
Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
I mean, that'd get me 3.
That
right?
kills
this
4
would get you,
horses.
this is the only one that would get you 3, I think.
That would get me 3, but I'd have to take out that wagon.
That's about where it'd have to be there to get all 3 of them, yeah.
Okay, well then I am going to... I'm going to protect Bear. Can I get these 2? Without hitting the wagons?
Without,
The 2 down here.
not without hitting.
Bear.
Not those 2,
Yeah,
these
you'd
2.
have to- oh, these 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Yes.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because that also keep people from flanking him. Because I would want max damage.
I'll have a heart attack.
Surprise round.
I know.
Simmer down, Stickly. Also showing my age.
Simmer down now.
Okay, yeah, and that's a con save of 15.
He's incapacitated.
It's not a half damage. It's a all or nothing.
Pass, fail, yeah.
Yeah.
What help this time?
But being incapacitated doesn't help you. Kill this thing.
The soldier fails and the creature does saves.
What? Man.
How it's incapacitated?
I don't. Does that mean?
It literally, isn't it it can't do it? It can't take an action or a
Well,
reaction.
it's Constitution. It's
might
not.
be able
If
to.
it was like a dex save, I could see that. But a con save is
Well,
just
let's find out.
durability.
For some reason, I thought you automatically fail when you're incapacitated. Maybe I'm.
Take actions or reactions.
Okay, never. Sorry. That was
It's
my.
not quite the same.
But it's also because it's surprise round and it's the start of their turn that it's gonna hit them again. So when they enter and on the start of their turn, so,
So 2 chances.
I'll get double damage.
Is it an all or nothing?
Yeah.
These things are pretty beefy no matter what, so it's like...
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of worried about them because of their constitution, but I was like,
It's very much, it's kind of like paralyzation.
yeah.
Kind of like, what?
Being
Kind of like
paralyzed.
paralyzation.
Oh, paralyzed. Gotcha.
It's not the paralyzed condition, but it's kind of like it.
Got it.
And actually, paralyzed, they would fail certain checks.
What about the chicken?
So only
Yeah, can you back up on me?
so only the one failed, right?
Easy thing to say.
Yeah, the animal failed, but the human did not.
So it takes a point. It takes 1 level of exhaustion.
The human takes one.
Okay.
So it'll have disadvantage on stuff, and then it also glows green, so it can't become invisible.
Okay. That takes damage, right?
Yep, and the damage is. What's on the line? I don't know if that's a 6. It's gotta be a 6 because it's 10s. 6, 3, 3. That's lower than I thought. That was a bad roll. 6, 12, 18 points of damage.
It's rough day,
But it's just some soldier, right?
That's
Like,
4 10s, and
Yeah.
oh, bad rolls.
Thank you.
That's rough.
it's alright, it's alright.
So as this radiance erupts and puts this greenish energy in this circle around, you can see the creature doesn't seem to be very affected by it as it's kind of wrestling against this other effect on it. But the soldier suddenly falls to his knees and is looking very rough. Like
Nice! Okay.
All right. Anything else we do?
Bonus action? No, because I don't really have good bonus action.
Okay.
So.
Then we are back to Asura.
Great.
I should say, very quickly as you guys collapse in on these, on this, you also, just out of the corner of your eye, you see this blur of black dart out and off to the side where you can kind of see a little bit. You see a dart of black go off as toward the figure, and you see a little bit of commotion start there as you see like a decent thickness, like a dead tree trunk, suddenly get propelled out of the woods and into the chest of one of the guards, crushing it down into the ground with a sickening crunch of metal and bone. As you see Trail start running out, this barreling presence out of the woods toward the group in the front. What would you like to do, sir?
So a question about incapacitation. Do I have disadvantage now on that creature that's inside the smoke?
You get advantage.
Well, because like if it's like laying down, I get disadvantage on ranged attacks.
You get advantage.
I get disadvantage. You get disadvantage if something is laying down on ranged attack. So is it
Yeah, so I guess so.
Great, then I'm not going to hit it because I don't want the disadvantage. Plus, I still get another assassination because creatures haven't taken a turn yet. I'm going to go after the creature that is in front of my brother in arms, my monk bro.
They can try that.
They can try it.
If they yeah, okay. It's just gonna do some damage.
Which is going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep, that is.
Great, this is an automatic crit because it's assassinate because the creature is not gone yet. 10, 16.
Well, I should say, any hit you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit. So it was the first round, which is the surprise, but this round is not surprised anymore. You still get advantage on it because he hasn't taken a turn yet, but it's not a crit.
Okay. Then that's only going to be 16, 17, 23 damage.
On which one?
On the creature that's in front of
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah.
So it's 23 damage.
So sorry, only 23 damage.
That's what's solid.
It would have been 43 damage had I gotten the crit.
I'm sorry, the rules don't accommodate you.
Change the rules.
Yeah.
Call Wizards of the Coast right now.
Tell them that Tara wants to always do ridiculous amounts of damage.
Tara's gonna start DMing soon.
No, we discovered Tara does not GM well. She gets very flustered very easily.
Okay, Essa's up.
Well, bonus action, I'm going to hide again.
Okay, yeah, sure.
What?
Move back to the other side.
Yep, and that's
Oh,
going to be
sorry.
19, 20, 26.
Okay. Alright, so Essa is going to try again to dash out and hit this guy. Man, she is not rolling well today.
Essa, come on, you were all fiery and like,
At all.
I know what's up, I'm a badass.
Yeah, she didn't even help that much in the last fight.
She got scared and ran away the last
Yeah.
time.
She got magically frightened last time.
Yeah, but
Sure.
Whatever, she peed her pants around.
She still ran. She still ran.
we still saw what we
Yeah.
saw.
Yep.
Still taking that back.
That is
Oh man.
not going to hit, so. She's having a rough time as this guy is managing to parry everything that she tries to do here. So she rushes back to the bush and hides again. But as she runs by Stoic, you hear as she glances at you and is like, "Be careful." And she just ducks back in.
What?
Oh.
Easy.
All right. So is this thing no longer incapacitated?
It is.
Top of your round, right?
It's incapacitated until.
The end of your round?
The start of it's the start of your next turn. Is what it says on the spell.
So that is, it's no longer passive.
So that's the start. Yes. So yeah, it's not.
Okay. Just want to double check. If I didn't read that right, it seemed like that was the right play. All right. I'm going to. I'm gonna cast it again. I'm gonna do Psychic Glance again on it. The one in front of Bear. So that's a save of 16 intelligence.
Okay.
Like
Get it.
the first one was like from the right, like, and this one was like from the left. Just
Yes.
just a different way.
You cross and you jab.
Yeah,
Cross and
from my brain.
Another fail.
Hey!
All right.
Come on, wreck it, Ralph.
This one's 21 psychic damage.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yep. And it is incapacitated.
Damn, you're killing him.
Okay.
That's me.
Did it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, am I still hidden or am I exposed?
You are exposed.
I'm gonna.
You can't like hide as a bonus action like a.
Oh yeah. I'm just curious. So I'll actually. I'll go behind Essa.
Okay, let's see. You would have to swing around Stoic, so you will take an opportunity act.
Oh boy, never mind. I don't want that. I didn't know that was. I thought I could like slink behind him. Can I climb the cliff behind me,
You can try.
or the? How high is it?
It's 10 feet.
10 feet. Yeah, I can climb that.
To roll an athletics check.
Oh crap! We'll see. Let's see if this is gonna work, guys. Athletics. Oh, it's a -1. Great.
Your road's getting in the way.
Everyone.
Oh, that's an 8. That's probably.
As you try to climb up this
Oh,
thing,
no.
the rocks start giving away, and you actually fall back down. Managing to stay on your feet, but that used 20 feet of your movement. So
Nuts.
I can't help you, man.
I'll stay where I am. Not much I can do. That's 20 feet of my movement.
Just hide behind me.
I can't. There's no room behind you.
Oh.
You and I got our backs up against the wall here.
Oh. Well, crap. I was trying to leave a little space. All right.
That's my turn.
okay.
We're gonna do this together.
Val?
Alright.
Last time I did this, I got we got our faces wrapped up.
One jump down and attack the creature in front of me again.
Alright.
Good dice. Sword attack again. Okay, 21 to hit.
Yep.
Let's go damage. It's 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Right, yeah, 8 points of damage. No, I'm more saving right now. Okay. It's 15. 15 to hit.
15 does not hit.
No. Okay, we got a number, or at least
Okay.
it's close.
We got a place to start.
Yep.
We got a place to start.
Bonus action. Must flurry.
Flurry. 'Tis the season.
I wish.
One's in that 20.
Hey.
Alright, and the other one's at 25.
Yep.
Alright, so
Nice.
we'll do that nat 20 first.
Yeah, you will.
And that is going to be.
A one.
Of course, I'm going to roll 1 on the damage.
Oh no!
2, 6 points of damage.
Wow.
Wow.
But it looked.
Roll a different die. 5 points of damage.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Not will we?
No, he rolls bad on his attack rolls.
It's like a dunce
I
hat.
roll bad on
Yeah, it is the dunce hat. Not
Say what?
the
It's the
sign
dunce
that
hat.
not Will Wheaton.
They've been passing it around as people
Yeah.
have been rolling.
I wore it last week. I don't wear it again.
And I guess I'm gonna climb back up the tree again. I don't necessarily want to be down here with this thing. So,
It's probably pretty tall.
huh?
It's probably pretty tall.
20
do I
feet.
get an idea?
Yeah, it was like 20 feet
Oh, is
in
it 20
length.
feet?
Right?
Oh, not high.
They're pretty big.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
Well, you know what? Let's. I never use the bonus actually. Yeah, that's the best thing. Don't get too far. Alright, let me do this instead. I'm gonna get about. Oops, sorry. Wrong thing. Let's see how far that is. Move back about 35 feet. Right about there.
Okay.
And
Jesus, you moved so much.
yeah, that is my turn.
I wish we would move that much.
Curious if I get a turn or am I supposed to scream?
Well, we're out of surprise.
At least I've got the big lizard attacking you.
I don't know yet. That's why now's the moment of.
Well, it's incapacitated.
Barry, you're up.
Oh!
Yeah, it's incapacitated because it failed again.
Well, that's fair. That's a good point. Thank you. So, do I have any idea? Is he like he's fine, or is he kind of hurting?
The one in front of you?
The big-
He's definitely taken a good amount of damage.
Okay. But in the green. Thank you. But like he's like, I'm just trying to decide like how. What have any idea?
We're not going to know an exact number, so just.
Okay. Alright.
There's a small trickle of blood coming out of his
On a scale to 1 to 100.
How many hit points do you have left? Shoot. I guess.
So you can circle around and hit him. You just don't want to get in there with him.
Oh, could I? Could I get in melee with him, Doug?
Without stepping to the.
Yeah.
Well, you're definitely gonna take an opportunity for that guy.
I'm still invisible.
Yeah, you'd be melee with both of them.
I'm still invisible though.
I'm pretty sure that's
Well, you were spotted though,
yeah.
even specifically by that guy.
Okay.
So I don't think the invisibility is going to help you much against that guy.
Really?
Yep.
Shoot. Okay.
Because you were specifically spotted, so it's.
Okay. Do I still get advantage
I mean,
on my
you
attack?
can get there and stay in melee of him and not get an opportunity attack. If
Say
that's
that
what you're
again?
trying to do. If you want to get like right here in between them, you'd be within melee of him. It wouldn't be an opportunity attack against you, but you would,
Oh, okay.
you know, you'd just be in
Okay, and do I get advantage on this first attack?
You would against the creature because it's incapacitated. So, well, actually, it didn't spot you, so that would give you advantage. The incapacitation. That's really all it says about incapacitation. Is it can't take actions or reactions. But
So
it's
the
not,
invisibility would give you advantage because it can't see
but
you.
not the incapacitation. So yeah, you would still get advantage.
Okay. All right. So I will do that. I'm trying to decide what I want to hit it with.
Best shot.
Something sharp.
Thank you.
Fire away.
I'm giving this thing a wicked headache right now.
Wicked smart. Wicked smarts. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna use my greatsword on it. First attack. Damn it. No. 12.
Yeah, nope, not gonna hit.
Alright, swinging again. This is non-advantage, so I'm like out of invisibility, right?
It is not advantage. No.
Okay. That really sucks. Oh my god. 14.
14 does not hit.
Shit.
So you just see it like thrashing around in the midst. You're trying to hit it without going into the midst yourself or the radiance yourself. But as it's like thrashing around with this intense pain, it's like you're not quite getting the hits. You're trying to make swings at it.
Alright, and for my bonus, I'm gonna run away. I will use my, what do you call it? Where do I want to go? Is that the best spot for me? There's no good spot to go.
Keep in mind you're gonna have to work your way around the horses and wagons and stuff. So.
Well, I'm gonna use Misty Step.
Okay.
Bloop, bloop.
Yeah, I guess right there is gonna be the best spot. Yeah, I'm gonna Misty Step right there. That's really annoying.
Okay. Right there, you said? Up there?
Yep, right there. Bloop, bloop.
Alright, cool.
Why are we groping?
That's a great question.
What are you looking at me for?
I tried to get away. I couldn't climb a rock.
He's supposed to group with at least one of us, just like you're supposed to group with at least one of us.
Yeah, but y'all are loud and you make my sneak attacks hard.
I don't know what just happened there.
I'm on a comfortable ledge right now.
Yeah, because they're the two that like can't be attacked.
Right, yeah.
So they should group with someone who can and stay behind them.
Yes.
Alright,
I'm distance fighting right now.
Alright, it is their turn.
True.
Oh no! Oh well, don't the two that are inside the
Two
gas?
that are in the circle have to take another Constitution save.
What's the
15 on a con save.
Come on, fail! Come on, fail! Come on.
Okay. Creature again succeeds. The guy does not and goes down.
Hey.
We're down. Wait, I haven't even given him damage yet.
I bet you it was like a 1.
Yeah, he was.
I'm gonna roll it anyway.
Okay, sure.
Because that last roll was really crappy. This one wasn't
Goodness
much
gracious.
better.
He had like nothing left. So
Oh,
he was,
6, 8, 9. Yeah, it was like 12. It wasn't much better. Those are really crappy rolls for D10s.
Alright, so this one is incapacitated, so we're gonna go.
But it does get another point of exalt. Oh no, because it didn't
Yeah.
fail. Never mind. Damn.
It cannot take actions or reactions.
So that's the thing.
Oh no! Now he's looking at the semantics of actions and reactions.
Well, yeah, that just doesn't sound.
Because if you can hit them twice like that, they go into 2 exhaustion points, which gives them disadvantage on everything. That's why.
I like that.
Yeah, that's why it's a good spell to hedge your bets on. But I was worried because it's a con save. This those things look very.
Apparently, it has a good constitution.
Yeah, it looks very robust.
Very robust.
It also looks like it does not belong on this plane of existence.
Yeah, but I don't have that spell.
Well, I can't help you. I don't know why I reacted. That was my instinctual reaction. That autopiloted out of my mouth so fast.
Okay.
Spitting daggers again.
Hey.
Spitting daggers.
What are these creatures called?
That would be cool. Some Minnesotan rap.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, betcha. We're coming to get ya.
We're coming to get ya.
Yeah.
Me and my buddy Fletcher.
All right.
I told you never want me to rap.
So
did
they,
warn
they
us.
actually can still move. So
Well, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
yeah, it's just actions and reactions that they can't take. They can still move. So he's gonna get out of here.
Come on, get out of here.
Go. Which is good, because by the time it's my turn, I'm gonna go anyway.
Can you move it?
No, it's not like my last one, unfortunately.
He cannot move it.
Oh my god.
I don't know what mood I'm in tonight. I'm so sorry.
A rare one.
Move it!
I swear this is just water.
Yeah, he's gonna. So you actually see him as he like is still kind of fighting off this thing. He just wants he just is trying to get out of this radiance, and you see him like in desperation crouch down and jump like 15 feet into the air, coming down in this spray of snow all up into your face. Your whole world becomes white for a second as this thing like right in front of you. But it's still having trouble and can't.
Leaping lizards.
I see these horses kind of, move a little bit to the side here to.
Yeah, I was like, you can't fit between those carriages, but it can go over.
But he can't get an action off because he's still trying to
Oh, okay.
shake off his
Okay, that's good, yeah.
his headache. This one. Yep. He is going to also, you see him crouch and leap up into the air again 15 feet. And he actually comes down on Stoic and Easy.
Oh no. This is bad.
Don't like that.
Oh, not this.
So,
This is bad.
I need each of you to make a strength or dex saving throw, your choice.
Oh, wait.
Dexterity.
But no con.
No way.
I don't have dex or strength.
Oh boy.
Ah!
Just outside the order.
Good to me.
No, not good.
Yes.
What do I have? 3 action. What'd you get?
21.
That's bad.
9!
Fail.
Can I reaction cast Featherfall for this guy? I have to try. It's like
That actually would be
Willing creature.
it's a willing creature, yeah.
that would actually be really funny.
Yeah, that would be pretty
Clever
comical.
idea, but
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's smart.
Listen, we
Okay.
need Wizard of the Coast to change it immediately.
so as it comes down and with this this huge weight crashing down and smashing the tree around you guys as it comes down and slashes into you guys at the same time as it sprays down, shoving you guys out of its space. Stoic knocking you prone as you get shoved off to the side as well, but you don't get knocked prone.
That's nice.
Oh, but no damage?
No, you're gonna take damage. Oh,
I was like, oh, you just knocked me down?
He just gently smacked us out of the way
Yeah,
before he
Oh,
landed.
we will wobble. I don't care.
But you did fall down.
But I get back up. Oh, that's a chimble.
Chuba, then Chuba Woomba.
I was like, but you weebled and wobbled,
didn't
and then
wobble.
you fell down.
So, you are going to each. Well, so
That's my next character.
you're going to take half of
wobble.
this, and he's going to take full. So you're going to take 14 bludgeoning damage and 7 to you.
Aren't you
No, I'm slashing. I know.
7? Okay.
I know.
Alright, that's better than I thought.
And 13 slashing damage, half to 6 for both of you because you're resistant. You're
So
halved.
it'll be 6 damage?
6 more on top of the 14.
Okay. Alright.
20 points of damage, it's not bad. It's like half an Asura.
Shut up! Shut up!
Half of us.
It is half. Well, it's half of me is like 21 actually. 21.5.
Semantics.
Okay.
How close am I to you, Bear?
The
Well, I'm right now.
Not close enough to get his +5 to saving rolls.
Yeah, you
I was
guys were
curious.
You were
Okay.
too far. You were close. You were 12 when I checked. You have to be 10.
Gotcha. Okay.
But now we're 5 feet, so now you do get it.
Sweet.
But you saved anyway, so.
True, just for future jumpings.
this one's
Future jumping.
he's actually just going to kind of fall back here and pull out a longbow. And he's going to shoot at Bear.
What a jerk.
This is gonna be a long fight.
21 to hit.
Yep.
3 piercing.
Okay.
No, you
Crappy. Alright,
This one will drag out if I'm not careful.
he's going to run up and attack Stoic with advantage because you're prone.
No. Fair?
Alright, that is going to be a 21 to hit.
It hits.
8 piercing damage.
Yep. That happened.
Half to 4, though, right? Oh, you're slashing. Are you piercing?
No, I'm poisoned.
I'm piercing resistant.
Yeah, and I'm slashing.
I'm psychic.
He is going to.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
Then why'd you
What am I
guess wrong?
thinking right now?
I just answered.
He is also going to pull out a longbow. Oh, and actually, so the Sickening Radiance is concentration, right?
Yeah. I can roll for it, but I was gonna drop it anyway once it hit my turn. So, but nope, that's not one. It's gone. Regardless of what you hit, that's not one. It's gone.
The lizard was very distracting.
I mean,
Yeah.
you seen that lizard?
Well, and I got smashed and stabbed,
Belly flopped on us.
kicked a little bit. I think it licked me at one point. Bad.
It was bad. Lick a tongue.
I don't want it. I don't like it. Please put it away.
No.
So this guy is going to pull out a long. He can't really get to anybody, so he's going to pull out a. No.
I wish I
So he's going to. He'll take a couple steps forward, but he's going to take a longbow and shoot at easy.
Oh, poop. What a jerk.
Sure.
That's going to be 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay.
Gosh dang, they're rolling crappy. 3 piercing.
Oh, right, that's halved.
1. It's a
Death by 1,000 cuts.
storm bow right there, like a storm hit.
That's right.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Ow.
then
The toothpick to hit me.
What's that?
this creature.
So that's that one.
Oh, it's one more creature. That's wrong.
What is this? This is 76.
Oh, that could be an idea.
Oh, wait, I forgot we can do this.
Nope.
We can't.
Nope, you can't.
Oh,
No, you
it's
cannot.
done.
It's not something you can do.
Yeah, you can't.
You read it wrong.
He's still got movement. So this one over here, to finish out his movement, you actually see him, like, in this, like, frustration. He just takes this dive, and you see this spray of dirt and snow as he burrows down into the ground and disappears.
No opportunity attack on that.
Let's double check my lance.
Oh, the one in front of me.
Yeah, is there an opportunity attack for it?
Oh,
Yeah, it would.
Oh,
I guess,
okay.
yeah.
Come on, come on, come on.
That skill's not that scary because you can like hold actions.
Too much pressure.
So that skill's not that bad because you can hold actions.
Yeah.
But
12.
Nope. Just in that spray of dirt and snow, like
Yep.
you just kind of like blinded for a moment and can't really get it together enough to make a hit.
Okay.
This one is
Oh boy.
he is going to barrel forward at Valen, and he just you see his head like turn sideways and just makes this massive bite out at you.
it's a small map too, though.
16 to hit.
This is
Oh boy.
Snap, that new armor class.
Wait, you're over 16?
I'm 17. I was a 16.
You got a
I took
higher
that-
AC than me.
Yeah, I took that wisdom on whatever it was.
Yep.
And got that bump.
Ability score improvement.
No, I took it for a feat.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Okay. Well, that sucks. All right.
I'm okay.
Oh, that's right. It's fine. It's fine.
Stoic.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
Turn it to
Yeah. I'm gonna like do stuff. I'm gonna use half my movement. I'm gonna get up. And then I'm not gonna move anywhere because I got 2 people on me. I'm then going to bust out my awesome ring of spell storing. And I'm gonna cast haste on myself.
That's what you have to
So
do with it.
since I cast it on myself as an action, do I now have another action?
Let me double check the spell. Want to say yes, but let me double
Yeah, I
check
think so too, but I just wanted to make sure.
if the internet will work.
Internet, please work. I need you to work right now. Thank you.
It's a very high school musical.
Hi, I went to high school and I was a musical theater kid.
I'm a musical kid now.
I'm a musical kid now.
I think I'm gonna stick with you until you work. I know you got something good in you. I'm not giving up on us. It's fine. Just rest like that. Same here.
Dude, seriously, the internet is killing me here.
What can I look up for you, Doug? What information do you seek, Doug? Doug, what do you want to know, Doug? What what dark secrets can I glean by helping you search for something?
Grants you an extraction. It's a concentration spell.
Oh.
The wording is kind of weird. It doesn't.
It is, and that's why, because I read it before I decided to cast it.
Yeah, man. Until the spell ends.
I knew what song you were singing. but
Within
it
limits.
wasn't right.
So
but I knew
yes,
what
so
you were
basically,
singing.
yeah, you will, but remember that action can only be used to take an attack, a one weapon attack only, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
So does that mean that like a cantrip is not a weapon?
That is correct.
It has to be a melee weapon? Okay. Well, hell.
You wouldn't be able to anyway, because neither of those are like a bonus action spell, so you couldn't cast it in the same turn.
Right.
Because of the spell
Could
restrictions.
disengage though.
This is like
Well,
roller rink in the 90s.
it doesn't-
Disengage from one of them.
Good point.
Alright. Scratch that. I'm cast haste on bear.
Yeah, you are.
Alright.
Because if I can only use that action with a melee weapon,
Makes no sense.
there's no point.
Okay.
So,
You have to make that noise if you get hasted.
Yeah, you do.
What?
because then he should get double attack on his attack action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, he
So
gets a
4
lot more
attacks.
use out of it.
Okay.
It'll still just be one weapon attack. It's not like your full double attack again.
But it's only one.
But it's an extra
Yeah,
action.
because it specifically says the action can only be used to take one weapon attack, an attack. One in parentheses says one weapon attack only. Dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine.
That's 3
I
attacks.
think I've made a mistake on that in the past and let you guys.
Yeah, I thought it was just
full
an
attack
action.
Actions.
Yeah.
That was my bad.
Because I was like, my Eldritch Blast has 2 shots, and I'm like, if I haste, I'll have 4 shots. It'll be really effective.
But alas, it is not the case.
No, it is not. So then, bonus action, I'm gonna heal myself.
Yeah, you are.
That makes more sense because haste is crazy if you could take.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you could do a full action.
Yeah, I always thought it was poopy a little bit. That
Okay.
makes more sense.
So then, I will
Boost
use.
instead of
I will, as a bonus action, I will heal myself. And
I don't think you can hate. Well,
it is as a bonus action because it's not a spell.
yeah, but you
It's a
can't
trait.
do full spells. Like you can do like a bonus act. So
But my healing light counts as bonus action.
I know, but it's like, oh, let me look it up here. It's
Is healing light a spell or is it a trait?
It's a trait.
I want to get the wording right, but it's
Bonus action.
you still can't cast.
I like that the haste symbol looks like the pie symbol a little bit.
It's like ham pie.
So
So,
if you cast a spell as a bonus action, you can't cast another spell during the same turn except for a cantrip with a casting time of 1 action.
But it's not a spell. It's a
You
trait.
cast haste as a spell.
Yes, that's my action.
Right, so you can't cast a bonus action spell on top of that
But
because you
that's
have
what I'm saying.
full
Healing
action
light is
haste.
a trait. But I will.
You would have
not
had to have
argue
cast a cantrip with a cantrip with a bonus action. No, sorry, a cantrip. You could do your Eldritch Blast and then heal, like do your cure wounds.
Gotcha.
But you can't do haste and cure wounds. at the
Okay.
same turn.
Then I will cast that haste, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
I think the thing though is that he's not casting cure wounds as a bonus. It's healing light, which is a trait.
Yeah, but
It's his warlock
fine.
trait.
It's fine.
It's like a pool of healing he has. It's not a spell.
Oh, you're not cast. Well, you said you were casting cure wounds.
No, I said I'm gonna heal myself.
Healing
He's using
light.
healing light, or
Yeah.
whatever it
do you
is.
have a pool of hit points too?
Yeah, he's got a pool of dice. that he
It's right
uses.
here.
Okay.
It's these.
That's why I think that was the confusion. Is like, is
Yeah.
is it considered a
Because
spell?
you literally said the words cure wounds, so that's why I was like, I'm pretty sure that's what I heard.
No, healing light,
Healing light.
which
Yeah, then it's like, is that considered a
I
spell?
don't think that's a spell then, so
No.
that would be okay.
No, it's a trait. Okay.
Yay.
That's the end of my turn. That's all I'm doing.
heal up. Ooh,
Those were nice.
that's a good one.
What's that?
8+9.
6, 9.
How many did you use?
I used 4 dice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He's got 9. It's crazy.
It's not nuts.
D6.
D6 that he can use, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You only
really
use
nice.
4 at once, but you can use
Yeah.
quite a pool.
9 times
So
6 is
11,
36.
14.
No.
So 17 points of healing.
Okay.
I'll take that back because I'm about to get my ass whooped. Get my ass.
Alright, keeping it moving. Asura.
Great. There's a big creature right by my friend, but also there's little dudes that I could pick off. I'm gonna take my bow.
Hang on a second.
Sure.
I totally messed up on... The guy down here is not the same as the other guys, and I'm just not paying attention.
Oh man.
What guy is what now? What guy is not what?
No, he's a spellcaster. It's like
Yep. Alright, he attacked Bear and did
He only did 3 damage.
3
on me.
damage. So I need you to
Yeah.
subtract that. I gotta redo his turn real quick.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
He is totally not the same kind of soldier at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No.
Which
You
is
can take
as
that
far,
3 points
as far
back.
away as
Yep.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
a
redo
potion.
his thing.
Look like
Yep.
shake
Oh.
weights.
Yep.
but they're
Yeah.
potions.
This guy is wearing this guy is wearing robes and stuff.
This is before.
Oh.
This is before the haste spell. So I'm back to.
Damn, had I known, I would have taken him out early.
Okay, so instead, Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Stoke's the only one who's taken his turn since then, so it's not a big deal. Bear, I need you to do a wisdom saving throw for me.
All right. Here we go. That's okay. 15.
That, we'll barely do it. So.
Yes. Ooh, I'll see the chat.
Oh boy.
Okay, so you're barely able to shake off what he was trying to do here. So nothing happened to you.
So, but and then I get hasted, right?
Yeah, now you're
So now your
hasted.
AC's
Now
up
you're
plus
I was
3.
used to assassinate on that guy. He's a spellcaster.
All right, so sir, what are you doing?
Well, now that I know he's a spellcaster, I'm going after the spellcaster.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Yep.
It's gonna be 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wow. 19 damage.
Okay. That's sinking into his chest just as he is trying to finish, fails casting
Great.
that spell.
And I'm gonna hide again, so I'm just gonna pop two back to the other side.
Alright, spell check again.
19 plus 16 plus 9. 25.
S is up, so she's gonna duck out and try to hit this guy again.
I feel your pain. So.
Freaking Essa, like roll. She has not like rolled higher than a 5, like this whole.
Yikes.
Listen, Essa.
We
I
saw
can't-
what she could do in the last fight.
We didn't actually.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing.
She's having a rough time here, so she's gonna hide again. Like she rolls high in her stealth, but not.
Girl, I feel
anything
that.
actually matters. Easy.
I don't know what I should do here. This is concerning. I am going to look at this creature in the face. What?
I thought you went before, Sarah.
No, I got
I got 26. You got 20.
21
On
or 20.
red.
Yeah,
Okay.
or something like that. Yeah, I can't remember.
When has anyone ever been ahead of me?
I reach
That
out
was
I was in stealth.
to touch the creature in front of me. Some dark energy on my face. I'm gonna do vampiric touch.
Ooh.
Okay.
Alright, rolling the dice.
Going dark.
No!
Uh-oh.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
Uh-oh.
I rolled a natural 1.
No!
Are you attacking him? No.
It's a spell attack.
Oh.
If I land it, let's see what it does.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, but don't you have like a +7 at least?
Plus 8.
Plus, yeah. Plus,
I mean, it's a well.
mine's +7. So.
Yeah.
But it's still a nat 1.
But it's still 9.
You think you're
It's
not-
still a nat 1.
And it's no longer incapacitated too, so.
No, it's not. Well, I don't think anything happens.
Well, with a nat 1, what I'm gonna say is, as it's thrashing around, just suddenly like kind of shrugs off as you try to go in for this. You see it like kind of whip and knock its tail knocks into you. You don't take any damage, but you do go prone.
Oh, fooge me, man. This is bad. Well, I'm gonna use half my movement to get back up. I'm not gonna stay prone.
Okay.
And
I'm not gonna stay prone.
gum. Let's see, what else can I do here? Not really much.
That guy proned you.
I know. On my own turn.
That's just like, ugh.
It's real bad. Nuts.
I just like.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay put because I don't think I could do much of anything else right now. I shot my shot. It failed.
Okay.
All right.
Listen, you fail 100% of the shots you
That's
don't take, but also the shots you do take.
You still feel those.
we're gonna hit this thing in front of us. Just
Love you.
one thing real quick.
I should have rolled this dice, not the broken dice in here. I was lazy.
So I just want to make sure I understand the wraps of the Iron Light correctly. So on the first unarmed strike I hit, I can take that bonus and apply it to my AC, but the second strike, I can apply it back to the bonus, because that doesn't seem to bonus to my attack, rather, sorry. So the first time you make an unarmed strike, unarmed attack on each of your turns, you can transfer the bonus to your armor class, but it doesn't say attached to the second attack.
So it's basically your +1. So basically you're taking your +1 bonus for your round and
Okay.
applying and using it instead to your AC.
Gotcha.
So you can make your AC 18 until the start of your next turn, but you would be taking this turn without that +1.
Okay. I'm gonna take 2 strikes, 2 unarmed strikes for my attack action here.
Yeah, instead of using the bonus on any attacks that turn.
Right.
So even if you were hasted, you
Yeah,
would
I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna say for my AC, so it's gonna just be the +7.
Oh, so your
Okay.
AC will be 18 now. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's actually it's gonna be 20 in a minute because I'm gonna do agile parry as well, which gives me +2 because I'm
Jesus.
technically holding the sword, which I guess that needs to be clarified. Since I can do unarmed strikes, it means I can kick, punch, whatever. Does it still count if do I need to make 1 strike with a melee weapon to make this count?
Well, the agile parry is if you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack.
And I'm holding a
And you're holding your weapon.
Yeah, or Kensei weapon.
Yeah, so it's like, it doesn't really matter if you make an attack with your weapon or not.
Okay, cool. So first attack, natural 20.
Come on.
Holy-
Please single-handedly take this thing down.
Rolled my max damage.
There we go. Alright.
So that's 16 points of damage on that strike.
Yay!
Let's roll you again. Okay, so that's 25 to hit. That's going to be
Sorry.
okay. Max damage again, so 10 more points.
26 total.
26
total.
total.
Yeah.
Smack, smack.
So
No, hold on. So your agile parry is an action.
right.
So you could make a bonus action, you know, like using your flare blows, like for example.
It wouldn't count because it's got to be on my attack action.
Your flare blows does.
No, sorry. For the agile parry to work, it has to be on my attack
You
action.
use your action to do agile parry.
I
It's
thought-
an action, like it's one of your actions. And it says if you make an unarmed strike, as part of the attack action.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so confusing.
Upside down attack action, yeah. It's crazy.
Strike is part of your attack action.
Yeah. While holding a Kensei weapon, you gain a +2 to your AC until the end of your next turn.
Yeah, so you would have to use your action to make unarmed strikes to do that.
Yes.
So you're sacrificing your Kensei attack, like your weapon attack,
Yeah.
to do this.
Yes. And I'm also going to spend a key point for my bonus action to do patient defense. So now he's got disadvantage on attack rolls against me.
And you did 26 damage to him.
Yep, and I've got a 20 AC for the next round.
With a disadvantage.
With a disadvantage
with the
attack.
disadvantage. Yes.
Well,
Wait, hold on. Your unarmed strike is 1d6 plus 4.
I critted on the first one. So it was 16 points. I rolled my max damage, 6, double 12 plus 4, 16. And I rolled my max damage again on my next one.
6.
Which is 6 plus 4 is 10. So I did 26 total for that round.
Okay.
Nice.
Wait, 10 plus, what was the first one?
16.
16 plus 10, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have 16 as 6 plus 4.
I critted. I doubled it.
Critted.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
12 plus 4.
Yeah.
12
12 plus 4.
12 plus 4.
2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus
You rolled a 6 twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 twice.
Yeah,
I made it for the last round where I rolled 1s on both of them.
Alright, cool.
That's all I can think about now is that movie, at the end of it. Clue.
Clue is one of my favorites. I love
Yeah.
Clue.
That's the
Oh my
minute,
gosh.
that's why I Fires,
About to show
flames,
quoting.
burning, flames, burning.
The blue is fantastic.
Yes.
Flames.
More than happy to quote that movie anytime I get a chance.
Honestly, I'll just always quote
I
Madeline
need to
Kahn.
watch
Yeah.
it.
Oh, Madeline Kahn.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Is that a 10-gallon head? You're just happy to see me.
Okay.
I had to stop her from screaming.
My favorite is the taffeta darling. Taffeta sweetheart. Taffeta darling. No, the dress. It's taffeta. Because he thought it was some sort of like love. Taffeta darling. Taffeta sweetheart. It's one of my favorite lines from Young Frankenstein.
So good.
Roll,
Okay.
roll, roll, roll,
All right, and that brings us to Bear.
Alright.
Yeah, you can.
I'm just gonna run up to the creature. Bonus action before I swing, I'm gonna cast Wrathful Smite.
Wrathful Smite. I don't know if I've seen that one yet.
I've done it once. Alright, first attack. Damn it, 14. Sorry, 15. Second attack. Hey! 18.
Okay, 18 hits.
Yeah, finally, thank you. That was with my Sable Blade.
Get a bear.
Sable Blade is a D6, right? D6 plus 4, and the
It has to make a wisdom saving throw.
yeah, and I also do damage, and I have D6 of damage on him. Alright, the damage.
Whew, man.
It's alright, it comes around, it comes around.
Yeah. Death by about 1,000 paper cuts, yeah.
The damage is 7, and he has to do a wisdom save of 16. Or he's frightened of me.
Be not afeard.
That might be some opportunity attacks.
It's a fail.
Hey!
Yes.
No.
He
He's
doesn't.
frightened of you. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't run away yet, right? Because it's still my turn.
Yeah, he just can't attack you, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
Okay, so I will go in for one more attack with the Sable Blade. Yeah, because you have bonus action. Yeah, last
Yeah.
attack.
Thanks for nice
Well, no, it
attack
can't. It
us.
has disadvantage on ability and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. And it can't willingly move closer to you.
Say that again? That first part?
So it actually has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while its source of fear is within line of sight.
So that's for like anybody else. If it's if Bear's still in line of sight,
So if he would want to, he wants to run away from me. He wants to, he doesn't have to. He
you
would
just can't
want
get closer.
Either way, he's got disadvantage
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
attacking us. That's nice.
Okay.
Keep walking at him.
Alright. Final Sable Blade swing. Hey! That's a hit. That's a 24.
Very palpable hit.
And is he the one that
How
we...
much damage was it the first time?
7?
7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this the one that we've hit a lot, or...
No, it's not.
When we hit a lot,
This is the first time you've hit it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh, so he's good.
Yeah.
He's pretty beefy right now.
We're gonna add Divine Smite on this.
Yeah, we are.
I think that's 2d8s. I can't remember. I'll get it at some point. That is
Sure, you're fine.
2d8.
They're nice and toasty.
You were sandals, dude.
Well, I thought it was gonna be an indoor.
It is Endor. It's a nice fall day.
We're in.
We're indoors.
This is Hoth.
That damage is 6 plus 4 is 10 plus 4 is 14. 14 total.
14 total. Nice.
And that was your hasted attack, or you still have one more?
That was my last attack.
You already used the bonus action,
Yep.
so that's... Alright, so that's, so you start laying into this and unleashing with this flash of divine energy into it.
Yep.
It's still, that's the first hits it's taken, so. But you also see it kind of like, its eyes kind of widen in fear as it eyes you and kind of takes a step away and...
Just me mugging the whole time.
Okay, very nice. That is their turn.
Where's our Crawley dude? Did he come up for air or is he still creeping?
Yeah.
Gonna find out.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Oh!
Surprise!
Okay, so
He can, by the way, he can make a wisdom check again against it on his turn as an action.
that's
But is it smart enough to know?
or does it want to?
Or another one. But he'd have disadvantages within my sight. So
No, I'm saying it's just mobility checks.
it's a.
Yeah, ability checks
Oh, okay.
and attacks.
I was listening.
I was halfway. Together we sometimes hear you.
And then immediately break the
Don't
screen.
fuse. Oh. Oh no.
What did you roll now?
What?
You guys
Pretoria.
fusing?
Oh, I like okay.
Okay.
Wonder Twin powers activate.
Form of a spoon.
and gelato.
Alright, so instead of attacking
guess it'd be Basura.
you,
Basura.
alright, it's just gonna turn and take a bite at it easy.
Oh, lordy. I don't like that.
Disadvantage.
Because Bear is right there.
Yeah, he is. But yeah, I am.
Got lucky on that. That was one of those is an at 20, but the other one was still a 23 to hit. So
Gross.
Okay,
Just-
yeah, that hits.
Just hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just barely.
You're welcome, Easy.
With a
as this massive jaw like closes around you.
Oh, Lord.
No.
No.
Get to use
Don't
these
want
dice.
it.
I do not like it and I do not want it.
Gosh, dang! I keep rolling crappy.
Yeah, you do.
Oh no.
So you're going to take 16 points of piercing damage.
Halved.
Dude, seriously, believe how badly I just rolled. Let's see. Okay. This one. So. There's an eruption of snow and dirt as the other one erupts into the. Oh, come on.
Where does he erupt?
Oh, lovely.
Don't you?
And attacks easy.
I don't like
You're
this.
fine, right? You can dig it, right?
You have a better constitution than me right now, so like.
Yeah. Well,
Still better. What?
Yeah, that's a 24 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, roll better this time.
no, don't.
Better this time.
No.
Oh, that's cocked.
There was a loud hum, and I was like, "Did you turn on your fan?" And then it shut off.
Yeah. Alright.
Nope. Nope. If I just manifest it, it'll be true. Nope.
33 points of piercing damage.
Right, half.
Out to 16.
So 16. Okay.
God, that would have killed me in like one.
This is rough.
How you doing
These
over there?
bites are vicious.
Yeah, they're tough to deal with.
Speaking of which, this one.
But that's the musty one that got real wrecked earlier.
Mm-hmm. He should be.
I don't know why that was
you know
the word.
what?
My brain is firing faster than like my brain
Then
actually
your-
recognizes.
And your mouth is going.
In my mouth, yeah, my mouth is firing
Spitting
faster.
daggers,
than my
man. I was accurate.
You
Dude.
were.
Like,
My mouth is just going, and my brain's like, "What are we doing?"
Or these words.
He's actually
usually
going to
my
burrow down
hands.
again, so you will get an opportunity attack easy.
Okay.
Hit him with all you got.
Can I opportunity with a cantrip or no?
Only, are you Warcaster?
I'm not. Dang
This
it.
is why warcasting is so cool, because you can use spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
one of the bonuses of that feat, so.
True. That's next on the list. I want to make sure I maxed out my intelligence. Okie doke.
Sure.
That means I'm going to smack him with the staff.
Do it.
Hit him with a stick.
That's all I got.
Do your Yoda.
Don't you hit for 0 though?
Not much. It's not great. But it's better than nothing. Here comes.
Zero's kind of nothing.
Yeah, because like if your strength is -1, like you literally hit for 0. It's like a declawed cat.
All right. That's a 20 to hit.
Alright, yeah, that hits.
All right. 1d8 minus 1. Let's go.
Let's go.
Smack him.
That's 2 points of damage.
How do you want to do
damage.
this?
Honestly, that would be the funniest thing ever. If you killed him with 2 points of bludgeoning
Whack him
damage.
with my staff.
Stop it.
Because that's the one that got wrecked really good earlier. I would have loved that more than anything, just to see.
Oh, that would have been amazing. That would have been cool.
Alright, this one's going to take a bite at Fallon.
With disadvantage.
Yep.
Got 20 AC.
Yeah, so that's not going to hit.
Hey.
Yeah, 16 doesn't hit, so.
Who's after me?
So he's going to burrow down too.
I'm, in the,
No!
I'm at the end of the list.
Take that
That makes you after me.
Opportunity.
opportunity attack.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
You after me.
We're really
I
going
guess
first.
with my sword. I can
Not after anybody.
Fine, then don't take advantage.
19.
I want advantage. Give me advantage.
Yeah.
You don't.
I was going after this guy. The caster dude. But give me advantage.
Sam,
Ten
because if I use
points of
guiding,
damage?
that's melee. If I use guiding bolt,
Get 10 points of damage.
No, give it to
do
somebody
I
who does
hit?
melee.
Hit
Okay.
monster?
I'm casting.
You see it disappear in a spray of snow and dirt as well.
Because I just don't want to
Yep.
hit.
How bad?
Alright, 10 points.
Alright, so this guy is going to take a swing at Stoic here.
Maybe Essa goes after me, but she doesn't do anything anyway.
She's had a rough time. She's had a rough time. 16 to hit.
That is exactly what you need. That is my AC.
That's 5 piercing.
Damn it. You took the good one.
He took the good.
Piercing slash.
Oh,
Yeah, piercing
This
versus slash.
guy,
half.
this guy is going to stick with his bow and shoot it easy.
Good God.
Which would be piercing.
Yeah. Do 10 roll 9, so that's a hit.
Not gonna hit. Just go.
Wait, the milk.
Wait.
Alright, this guy down here is going to try. Bear, I need you to make another wisdom save.
You got this.
Do it.
Nope. Do it.
No, you don't. Oh no.
I believe in you. You are so
8.
talented. Oh my god, never mind.
8? That's
8.
a fail.
Uh-huh.
So, as you are fighting against this thing, you suddenly feel your muscles lock up, and you are paralyzed.
Damn it. Alright.
What a jerk.
So, at the end of your turn, you'll be able to do a saving throw to...
Damn it. Alright.
I suddenly have Repo the genetic opera in my head.
Dang. Ugh. I still can't believe. I just still can't believe that Moongamer got me.
Alright,
Oh,
this
it's so
guy...
I know it's great. I own it. I just like.
Wait, how do you guys...
This guy did not like getting shot by a Sura, so he's gonna take some... He's gonna get some cover behind this wagon here.
Just burn the wagon, then you can hit him.
do everything they told us not to?
In true Folly fashion. What's the thing you told us not to do?
No fire, hurt the wagons. So burn the wagons.
Burn the wagons!
Fireball, fireball, fireball.
Mission accomplished.
You get fireball and you get fireball.
And that's their turn. So, Stoic, you're up.
Yay! 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 A whole bunch more stuff I can't do. Let's just shoot some Eldritch Blast at the big guy.
Okay.
Well, fuck that. I don't like this dude swinging at me. I'm gonna hit the dude right in front of me. The human. Human. So it's 2 shots. First shot. That's 16 plus 7.
That's a hit. 23.
Yeah.
16. Yes, that hits.
All right. That one hits, and those are d10s.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's 13 damage. She's still up.
Yep.
Second hit. Oh, I'll keep that. Do I get to keep it? It didn't land in the thing.
We have had a rule to keep
Okay.
it in the tray because we don't want it to go all crazy and out of
Okay, that's 16 to hit.
Okay, yeah, that is.
Yay. That's an 8 damage.
That'll do it.
Yeah!
Blast him in the face and he just goes down.
2 for Stoic.
Still.
I don't get my freaking health bonus anymore. That was the coolest skill ever.
That was pretty awesome.
That's pretty, I'm glad that's not there.
Dude, there were fights where I like racked up 30 like
HP.
HP. I was like,
Alright, is that it?
yeah, that's it. That's my turn. No
Sarah.
bonus.
I'm gonna touch my tattoo and say caster. Excuse me, that was gross. I'm gonna say caster is behind the wagon. I'll say whichever wagon number that one is, and then I'm gonna take my bow and I'm gonna shoot a longbow guy that's been hitting my friends
Okay.
out here.
You killed
Yeah,
someone.
we'd answer you if we all were busy.
Sorry about it. That's gonna be a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay.
Okay. That's gonna be 5, 10, 16, 17, 18. That's gonna be 20 points of damage.
Nice.
So that.
And that will take him out.
Hey.
Alright.
Well, then I'm a hide.
That all we have.
Thump to the forehead.
Oh no, that was not good. My hide, that was not good. That's a 14 to hide.
14, okay.
I couldn't roll that with advantage.
Huh?
So I couldn't roll that with advantage.
Okay. Alright, Essa, get it together, girl.
Get it together.
Do it, girl. Do it.
Bored right now.
Have you seen
She pops over.
Labyrinth
Try and hit this thing.
in the laws?
Dude, seriously, she rolled a 2. Like, what is going on?
Yep. Not good.
Poor girl, man. She is.
Yep.
Physical limits.
Also,
Dude, there's a hole that it makes,
dude, all my bad rolls are going to Essa right now.
and it's like
I wish they would go to some of those saves.
Well, you guys have had more fails
it's
than
just like
saves
a
on this
theory.
fight. Thank you.
but like
No, they
makes
all come on mine.
total sense. If I find it, I'll send it to you. Like it's.
Easy.
All right.
All the humans are dead.
Well,
The
one more.
humans
All
are
right.
dead.
I'm
No, we
going
still have
to.
the caster.
I'm going to lean down and touch
I love you, Bubba.
Bear, and I'm going to cast Thunderstep.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're paralyzed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
You're getting moved.
you're gonna get shellacked if you stay there.
I can get back up.
Okay.
You can run back over there. Yeah.
Alright.
You're
Yeah.
hasted, dude.
So I'm thunderstepping and
What's
I'll
the
give it
radius on that?
10 feet.
Okay.
Now I think if it does hit come to Stoic, I can sculpt it around him.
Yeah, no, that should be good.
Okay, we're good. Okay. That's the only person I was concerned about. Alright. I'm gonna bounce over next to Asura. Over there.
there?
With Bear paralyzed, yeah.
Okay.
So he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. It's a fail.
Yes. All right. 3d10s of damage. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. That's a. What was that? 9 plus 8 plus 1. So 18 points of thunder damage.
Not bad.
Alright, not bad.
Let's cop that.
So
I'll
again,
take
with
it.
this, like this explosion of thunderous sound, you disappear with Bear in tow, next to Asura.
Like coughing out blood. I'm like, oh.
Okay, Val?
rough.
Alright, there's not much left on the board right now, at least not that.
Well, it's not that we can see.
Yeah, not that we can see. Oops.
That caster is still behind the cart, though.
Yeah, I might be able to get. If I go right, so I don't have enough movement to get to the caster himself. If I go about right here, while I have line of sight. Or does he still be covered?
Yeah, he's still gonna be in cover.
Okay. Is there a place on that side of the wagon train that would not count for cover, or do I have to go on the other side?
It's gonna be real tough from this side.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. I just wanted to see.
Like you might be able to get like to a place like 3/4 or something, but not,
Yeah,
you know.
because right now he's fully covered.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
pretty well covered at the moment.
Let me see how much. I do have movement. I think to get on the other side. Right. So right there, roughly
Okay.
55 feet. And now I'll take a couple of shots with my crossbow. And I will. Where is it? Okay, cool. So I will spend a key point to make this a Kinsei shot. Pumps an extra D4 into each of those if I. Was it D4 for damage, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So, first one. No, that's gonna do it. That is an 11 to hit.
Nope.
Nope.
Jesus!
Of course. Hit natural 1, yeah.
Ugh.
Rough.
Yeah. Let's see. I think that's going to be my turn.
Okay.
Quick question, because I didn't actually hit with anything, do I lose that key point on the Kinsei shot?
You have to claim it before or after.
It says you can use a bonus action on your turn to make ranged attacks with the Kinsei weapon, deal an extra 1d4 damage of the weapon's type until the end of the current turn. So it doesn't really say. It's probably one of those things.
I mean,
I declared it before.
yeah, like
So
that's
that's
part of
fine.
your bonus action is you made a Kensei shot,
Yeah.
you just failed it. So yeah, you would still, you're using a point to make that attack, so
Sure.
yeah, you would still
Okay, that's fair.
lose it.
That will be my turn.
Okay. Bear,
Oh,
you can try to make a saving throw to get out of this.
that's all I can do.
That's it.
Which saving? The wisdom?
It is, yep, a wisdom saving throw.
16.
That'll do it.
Hey!
So that is the end of your turn, but you are no longer paralyzed.
Okay.
And you're not getting it. Things are not attacking you with advantage.
Thanks, Easy, for saving my life.
Aw, and you revealed where Asura's hiding.
Yeah. No, I love that for me.
Don't mention it.
What was that old balance say on the guy about the wire?
So what?
I just couldn't
Alright.
find it on the map for a second.
So now it's their turn.
Wait, I missed it. Did Ezra do anything?
No.
No.
She swung and missed again.
She's literally been of no help.
Called that one. Okay.
Dude,
Literal nothing.
that has been like, the worst roll, like set of rolls I've had in a long time.
Well, whatever dice those are, switch them for your monster.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Like,
I've been using the same D20 for everything, so it's, you know.
It's her. It's a her problem.
yeah.
It's an NPC problem.
Oh.
That is.
Alright. He's gonna turn, but I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright.
No, I don't want that to be true. Save this, cause you're very smart.
17.
Wisdom,
17 will do it, yeah.
that's good.
Gonna move here. Try to get some some cover here.
The instruments are.
Let's see, all the guys are dead, but the creatures are still up. So.
You're welcome.
Very well. Not only do we play D&D, we play Air Orchestra here.
Air orchestra.
I'll be the air conductor.
Yeah. of the air orchestra instruments, I feel the most confident with the cello.
Yes, yes.
Okay, first thing,
Are you the realist?
this one here.
Thank you.
That's so stupid.
Alright, this one is going to just take a bite at Stoic.
Of course.
You got like a bunch of hit dice to regain. You're good.
Bite me. Bite me.
But you should take a piercing resistance.
No, cut me.
So 15 to hit.
That is not it.
Hey!
Yay.
All right.
That's huge.
Take a claw
So
swipe.
then
Come on.
he is going to burrow, so you'll get an opportunity.
Jeez Louise.
Cheese and crackers.
Jiminy Christmas.
An Eldritch Blast doesn't work on opportunity, right?
Not unless you're working.
Not unless you're a warcaster.
Okay, what you got? Alright. Ooh, that was a nice roll.
That was a good roll.
What the hell do
You
I
do
have?
melee attack.
It's like something I hit pretty hard.
Correct.
With your mace?
Four, so that's a 22 to hit.
Alright, that hits.
Also, there's still a spellcaster.
Yeah, but like there's
That hits for
5
3.
Wait, where did the spellcaster go?
Every little bit.
Oops.
On the way, yeah.
Oh, I can see him.
Yeah. Okay.
Might want to have him move a little bit.
I've got plenty of movement.
Yeah.
Because I haven't used any of them. I just think.
Let's see.
I just imagine like spinning to one side,
Yeah.
shooting, spinning to the other
Yeah.
side, shooting.
Much.
This one, because Asura is exposed now. This one
No, I'm not. I refuse to be exposed.
erupts from the ground right here.
Whoa.
Right.
Okay.
So is it up on the ledge?
He's sort of like partially up on it, partially not. Like
Okay.
he kind of erupted up in the middle of it.
Got his
like-
feet on there, like, ah.
Yeah, they're long, they're tall.
Yeah.
So he's gonna take a bite at Asura.
Uncanny dodge. If it hits me.
Doesn't matter. That's a 10.
I am so dexterous.
The other one. The other one actually erupts from the ground and again leaps up into the air.
Oh my gosh.
Like it did before, and he's going to come down on all 3 of you.
Oh no.
Well, at least we have the aura around us.
Yeah.
Alright, close enough to bear this time.
Yeah, you get it.
Okay.
Oh my
So
gosh.
strength or dex saving throw for each
Wait.
of
Oh
you.
yeah, saving throw. Okay, so +5 to you guys.
+5.
Yeah.
+5. Okay. Come on, baby. Give it to me.
Out of the gate, which is nice.
doing strength.
And it's dex save, not
Strength or dex.
Well, it's gonna be my dex.
Yeah.
+5.
Correct.
Your aura's +5.
Yes, it
Crap,
is.
man.
I maxed
these
out my
enemies.
charisma.
As a
16.
charisma saving throw.
18 plus I'm using evasion.
18.
22.
16. I needed it. That was good.
Those will.
Yeah, you'll still get pushed back. You just don't.
Yep, that'll do it. That's barely what you needed. So,
Oh my gosh.
so you will take half damage from this.
Does he take any damage from landing on a tree?
Yeah, what the heck, man? You should have
Apparently
killed
not.
himself.
The tree's probably not there anymore.
Okay, so. Alright, so 12 points of bludgeoning, half to 6.
Okay.
Evasion halves it again, right?
Yes.
So what was it? 6?
3.
3.
Yeah.
So you won't get it on the second one, I believe.
I thought it was for anything that required my dex save.
Let's find out. Yeah, because it is one
One roll.
thing. I think. Just double checking here. Lots of rule checking tonight.
Yeah, when you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw.
Yep. Okay.
So that's
So the second one is 18 points of slashing, half to 9.
Oh, for each
Just-
of us?
which is halved again for me to
4.
4. So
You
7.
guys get the slashing.
He gets to like do 2 attacks on all 3 of us?
Still not good.
It's bludgeoning and slashing
Oh,
as part of that attack.
Because the landing and then
Oh.
I was like,
And then what?
whatever he does.
That's so
to slash
bad.
with slashing.
Dang, alright, okay.
But you guys are all shunted off
To
to
the
the
sides.
side here.
until I'm saving these people. If you go down,
Easy. I want you to make a dex saving throw real quick.
Another one!
Another one.
And another one.
Another dex saving throw.
You still got it.
Still got it. Alright. +5. That's very good. That's 17 plus 8. So 26.
Nice.
Rock on.
Alright, so you're able to keep your footing and stay right on the edge as opposed to falling off.
for some bludgeoning damage.
Yeah. Alright, so sir, you get shunted off right there.
Screw, I'm using fire. Fireball.
They're away from the wagons.
They are away from the wagons.
That's true.
They said no fire, period.
But
But
it said no fire at all. Yeah.
Oh, he did say that.
Yep.
which
No, it was no fire on the wagons.
So it was no fire at all.
you just said no fire.
Read between the lines.
I think it's safe to use fire.
Get 'em.
We don't want to be seen either. We're trying to be all stealth-like.
And we did you did thunder step earlier.
And there's been big lizards jumping up in the air,
20-foot lizard.
like landing with a thud.
Yeah.
People could hear that from a distance.
Listen, I'm not
Cracking
saying you should or
trees.
shouldn't use fire. What I'm saying is I'm not here.
Alright, Stoic.
Yeah, Eldritch Blast. Shoot stuff.
Which one? Which one?
I don't know. They disappeared and popped back up. So the one closer to
That's
me.
why I need to know which one.
Yeah, the one closer to me.
So this one.
Pop out.
Yeah,
Okay, do it.
that's a 18 to hit.
Yep.
Does stuff. No, that's cocked. There we go. Ooze. 9 damage on the first one.
Okay.
The second one is a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
That is a that is a 13 damage.
Barely hits. So yeah.
That's awesome.
How much?
13 damage.
13. Very nice.
Solid.
That was a 9.
This one is looking rough.
One on the left. Yes. Finally. I killed one of them.
Which is the one that got wrecked earlier? Can we tell?
It's still underground, I think.
Is it?
No, that's the.
Or the one that's out right now. One of the two.
I think what's underground is fairly healthy.
Is it? Okay.
They all look the same. It's so hard to tell which one's which.
A mother knows.
The nose.
I'm like a nose.
Alright, so you staying put?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, Essa, you gotta do something here.
Come on, Essa.
on.
Do your thing.
She's gonna dash out. And she will actually... Yeah, she's actually gonna hit him.
Hey.
Yay!
With sneak attack.
Get off your ass!
Yeah, get that sneak attack. You get that sneak attack. You useless rogue.
You useless rogue. Aren't they all? Oh! That,
I know where your bed rolls. And I also know that you are not resistant to piercing damage.
I'm not. He is.
And all of my damage is
Put him in
piercing.
front of me. He's even
You'll never know it's coming.
Yep, I can never drink tea again.
Because I'm also resistant to poison damage.
And so she dashes in and basically sees a part where there's a wound that's already been opened and slashes into it, like just like shoving half of her forearm into it and then ripping out with this spray of this dark, like stinking blood. And you see the thing like twitch and you
yep.
and then fall over.
Yes!
Well, we loosened it up for you.
Loosen crap out of it.
You pretty much shucked that oyster.
Yeah. Oh, you just, what do you, I don't know.
No,
It's
it's
super
so
easy.
Yeah, she's back into hide again. Okay.
Alright.
One down.
Oh.
Easy.
Oh boy. Am I like still within range of it to attack me? Even though like I almost
melee.
I'm in melee? Oh well, I had to make another dexterity saving throw. I didn't know if like I fell down a crack or something.
No, you succeeded, so that's what you kept your footing. You're up on the platform.
Oh, so okay.
As opposed to falling and taking fall damage.
Fair enough.
Kept your footing.
Kept my footing.
Oh boy.
He's not
You
resistant.
were like right on the edge, so that's why I made you roll.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna use my action to disengage,
Okay.
and I'm gonna scoot north.
So much.
Scoot north with my full movement.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know how much that is though.
You can try to climb down carefully using 20 feet of your movement because it's 10. So
Okay.
you're climbing down carefully, or you can do an acrobatics check. Risk,
Taking
going
damage.
awry. Okay.
He's like, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Alright, acrobatics, where are you? Acrobatics.
Alright. I'll take. I think I can pull this off. 20.
Hey!
Front flip into the other.
Anger 360.
Parkour!
Do the 960 standing still. the Palpatine. The Palpatine right off.
Alright, so you're technically 25 feet off map here.
Anything past 10:30 is just like,
It's
what is
just-
this?
You're gonna get some weird stuff out of me.
Okay, that's your action.
That's my action. That's all she's got. Run away.
Fallon.
I'm gonna scoot around and start attacking the caster.
Why is everybody
Do it.
scooting all of a sudden?
Bonus action coconuts. Run away.
I'm gonna use my sword for
Brave,
this.
so running away. Bravely ran away.
I did it.
Trying to tuck between the legs.
No, that's not what happened.
They turned this tail.
That's 13 to hit. That's not gonna do it.
Oh yeah.
Take another stab at him. Okay, that one's going to 24 to hit.
Yeah, that one.
And let's go ahead and have him make that Constitution saving throw of 14 for stunning strike.
What damage?
I haven't done the damage yet, but con save of 14 for stunning strike here. Nice. That's 13 points of damage.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I rolled a 9 on a d10.
Yeah, you did.
So with that, as you whip around and slash into him with your sword, you just see his head like spray back as his throat opens up and he falls over.
Here we go.
There's still one more though, right?
Here we go.
Yeah, there's still one in the ground somewhere.
Yeah. Yep. So I think for a bonus action, where did that move? Hold action. Was it like 10 feet or something?
Well, you were over
I was over here. I was like over here.
here, so like 25 feet.
Let me go ahead and move up.
Let me clear my throat.
Roughly, wherever my movement will get me. As close as I can get to the
At
edge.
55?
55, yeah.
It's 55.
I can count.
So you'll get to there.
Okay, I'll do that and do patient defense.
Nice.
Another key point. Alright. Bear.
Two clarifying questions. Just want to make sure things are still good. The guy that I hit with the smite, he's still under that smite spell, correct? He's still like afraid of me.
Oh shit.
'Cause, like, I went paralyzed. I don't know if that would affect that or not.
Let's see, that was.
Paralyzed doesn't knock you out though.
Right.
Just means you can't like move your
Oh,
body.
yeah.
It was the healthier one that you frightened.
Good question.
Yeah, he's the one that's hidden right now. He's below the ground.
Is he below the ground?
Yeah.
We don't know. They
Yeah, we
went.
do know where he's below the ground.
We're not sure which one's which though at this point because they all
Oh.
dive down at
Well,
one
I
point.
think he just went below the ground.
That's what I mean. Like they all went down and then.
Basically a cupcake.
Yeah.
Where's the lucky lady? Where's the terrifying wizard?
Oh no!
Oh god, not that one.
As far as you know, it is still frightened.
And I'm still hasted. Is my second clarifying question.
Yeah, that one was what I was just thinking about.
I rolled last time I got hit.
Paralyzed.
He's still got it. I've held concentration.
So I'm good.
You kept your concentration.
Yeah, I've been rolling saves when I get hit.
All right. So
They just have to beat 10.
Thank
right?
you.
Or
It's
half
10 or
damage
half the
over.
10 or half, yeah.
Okay, I've been rolling over
Higher.
10.
I'm going to assume he is still the other guy's still under my spell, and
Have the spell.
your bonus. Is that a bonus?
Yeah, yours-
Or,
Oh yeah, you're still hasted, yeah. I forgot about that.
that's bonus. And my bonus, I'm gonna do Vow of Enmity on the lizard right in front of me.
I thought the one died.
No, not the one right in front of me.
That's from a bear.
Oh.
That one died.
There is one dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that one died. I thought Valen killed
No, that was Essa.
Valen killed the
So
him.
Wizard.
That's
that just gives me advantage on him. So I'm gonna swing at him 3 times with my saber
Two wizards
blade.
left.
Yeah, I thought there was. I was like, great, we're down to one.
One's still burrowed.
20. Wait, it's 24.
Hopefully so.
So that damage is 10. Second swing. That also hits 21. That damage is 5. Last swing.
Get ready!
Come on, save it. He's like super healthy, right?
That one. Hold on. I'm getting.
Yep. Do you think?
I lost track of the cup game here for a second. Luckily, I unlock everything directly, so.
It's fair, man. It's yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard.
So actually, with that second attack, that one goes down.
Oh.
Holy smokes.
Okay.
You slash into it with that sable blade. It goes down.
All right. So I've still got a action because I'm hasted. I can also move.
And your movement's doubled.
My movement's double. Oh! Wait, for my... Yeah, wait, dang it. Because my second action, I can't heal easy, can I?
you can only do a melee attack or disengage.
It's only that list of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm gonna do.
I mean, using an action to use an object, you could shove a healing potion down his throat.
I don't think I have a healing potion.
Okay.
Boo.
Then no.
Who's got the one today?
I got this file.
I guess what I'll do
Because
is
he has the most movement.
I'm just gonna jump down, kind of form a triangle between Stoic and Valen. So here, and
Okay.
I will hold an action. If he pops up within melee, I'm gonna attack him.
Okay, no problem. Even if you climb down carefully, it's no problem to get there.
Okay, cool.
Okay. That's your turn?
That's it.
Alright, so now it's their turn.
His turn.
His.
Oh god.
We're almost done. You can do it.
I can make it.
You got it. You got it.
There can be miracles. I don't know why that song went in my head.
Wow, we got some Whitney going.
Listen.
It's like what's Trimmers? What are they called?
Dude, I love Tremors, man.
What's the worm called in Trimmers?
Which one? The original?
Yeah, like the first worm. What is it?
Grapplers, I think, or something like that.
It's not grappler.
That's
It's
what
graboid.
Graboids, yeah.
Graboids. Okay. They're no ass.
I've always wanted to sit down and actually watch all of them because there's like 7 of them now.
There's a bunch, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
The first one is the best.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the second one's okay, but like,
Second one's alright.
You still had some of the original.
yeah, but it's still a step down. And then after that, it's like I didn't even.
Yeah.
It's like Trimmers in space, Trimmers in Cuba, Trimmers in France.
Pretty much, dude.
France.
Alright, this one is going to pop back out not too far from where he went down, actually. And he actually bursts out of the cliffside to take a chomp at you, Stoic.
Wow.
Of course he does.
Is he disadvantaged?
Because I'm tasty.
Yeah.
Bear's in line of sight. Hey, Bear, I see what you did there.
That's why I got down the triangle.
See me.
See me, feel me, touch me, feel me.
What is this energy tonight?
I don't know where Tommy came.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, now isn't it a full moon?
Is it?
It's pretty darn close if it's not tonight.
I don't know.
Because it was almost full over the weekend, so.
Alright, that's not gonna hit, so.
Yay!
Missed him by that much.
It's a full moon. It's a strawberry moon. It's a
It is?
strawberry super moon.
That's where it's coming from. I told you, like, it's full moon tonight.
Yep. And.
Don't run away.
Yep, he's gonna burrow.
I heard a weird thing that, like, the moon is smaller than.
So you get an opportunity attack.
Yay!
Do it.
Attack!
Destroy.
Nat 20!
Oh! Come on.
With a mace.
With a mace in the face.
Face the face.
They call me Taser Face.
In your
Oh shit, wrong die. That's for my Eldritch Blast. Oh no! I just rolled a 10.
Roll a 10 on a d10.
But I rolled a 5. So I rolled a 5, and so that's 10 plus 1. That's 11 points of damage.
Nice.
Bludgeoning.
Yes.
It's like you're like waiting for him.
Okay.
Like a bat with a mace.
Stoic. I'm ready for you.
Alright, well, man, he's gone. I'm going to hold an action,
like
which,
whack-a-mole.
if I'm right, is 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Believe so.
Should be. I don't.
Yeah, because it's one spell.
It's one action.
Cast.
Yeah. And it shoots twice. 2 bullets. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm holding it till he pops back up.
No problem.
Actually, no, fuck that. I'm holding Blight.
You know, fuck that.
So I will
I am
Your
holding.
spell spot. Okay.
I'm holding blight for if he pops up within the range of that spell.
Yeah, which is 30 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem.
It's a risk. I'm willing to take it. He has
Sir?
a taste for it.
What does the situation at the front look with the warcast or the mage or whatever who it was?
They are still fighting. You've seen several dead soldiers. The mage is still putting up a fight, like alongside a couple others. It's a pretty heated fight. It's interesting. You actually watch as you look over. You see the warcaster unleash lightning onto Drael, lighting him up, and then the lightning bounces off to Adris. But and Adris barely dodges it, but in the same motion as he like sidesteps it, he has his hand out in this kind of strange motion, and you see him just kind of go like this, and you see like it's almost like the lightning in the moment of striking is kind of tugged, like there's kind of blue essence into his hand for a second, and then you watch as he turns and then unleashes the lightning back out at the guy. And arcs into one of the soldiers as the soldier goes down.
So he's a Jedi.
Okay.
So he's a Jedi.
What are you doing, Danny?
Getting
Okay.
ready
So
for
it's
blight.
it's a heightened fight, but they're holding their own.
Okay. Then I am going to I'm going to tuck in, kind of get like a good little hidey hole between these dead carcasses now. And I'm going to hold an action for the minute that popping up goober comes in, I'm shooting it.
Okay. Where are you going?
I'm basically like getting like right in here, like this little nook up here, like crouched between these two bodies, like
Okay.
to at least like cover me as best as can be.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, it won't really be hiding because this one is like fallen down, you know, like it's.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna actually take like the hide action, but it's more like I'm just like tucked in.
Okay.
It's more of an aesthetic choice.
I get you. All right. Essa is going to.
With a cover.
Yeah. No, she's going to stay hidden and hold her action as well. She's going to get a little closer. Easy.
How much distance am I between me and like Stoic, for instance? I just want to see how much distance there is.
Let's see. You are
I can't see how far.
like you're. What is that? 20 plus 25, so 45.
45 feet? Okay, I'm within range here. I'll step a little bit closer to the edge of that cliff, so I guess I'll take most of my movement there.
You're in
And
a gully, aren't you in a
Just to
gully?
get back on the map, like.
yeah, get back on the map. Yeah.
Okay, you will have 10 feet of cliff between you, like you don't have line of sight of anything right now.
Oh, I
You're in a
can't see
gully.
any.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a gully.
You
Oh, I
went
thought,
down,
I
remember?
thought I went
You
up.
down. No. That's why you could have fallen off. Like,
Gotcha, that makes sense. I can't follow up.
Dude, I fall
Flying
upstairs.
herself, you can.
I fall upstairs all the time. So.
My bad. I can see what. Okay, so I can't see anything right now.
You have to climb back up.
Nuts.
All right. I'm casting fly on myself. I'm just like, whoop. I'm going up like, I don't know. I'll go up 40 feet.
okay.
Are any of your spells bonus?
No.
It'd be legit. Like float up in the air and hold your action. Like
That's what I wanted.
wait until it's up in the air and
So,
fucking
are
blast.
you going to the edge of the map here? Like, in the-
I'm going up and closer into like the realm of everybody. So like put me like,
So you'd be able to get here with your 30 feet of movement.
and then if I cast, wait, let me see. If I casted fly, I can fly 60 feet. So that's what I was wanting to do.
Okay.
I was wanting to fly like at an angle but up.
Yes.
Like so back towards the battlefield, but like in the air, still pretty well suspended.
So at a diagonal angle, we'll say
Okay.
there.
Yeah. 20 feet, and then I'm about what 20 feet in the air still.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Well, 20 feet will put you back.
A little further back. Okay.
Yeah,
That's perfectly fine.
Let me move you to the front here.
Yep. That's okay.
All right.
Perfect.
And Well, that was your action to cast fly, so you're
Yeah.
not holding anything.
No, I can't hold anything.
Valen?
Just in the air, just floating around.
I think I'm just gonna hold a crossbow shot for when this thing possibly pops back up.
Okay.
This thing's gonna launch out like. Hit me like.
How hurt? How hurt are you still?
I'm fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you've taken some damage, though,
Yeah,
haven't
but
you?
he can't
He healed up a bunch.
I healed
Oh.
and I'm like,
All right.
I'm good.
Okay. Sorry, I can't get to you.
A lot of missed attacks here.
You're like 20 feet in the
so, all of you.
Yeah, I'm still at 60 health points.
Okay. Alright. Then I will do the same as everybody else. I will pull out my sable and I'll hold an attack.
Hold the sable blade attack.
Yeah, I'm currently at like a sword and a half. That's how I like getting my health
I
points.
hate that now that that's like the gauge now is how many Asura, how many Asuras is there. I hate that. I hate that I'm so low that it like is a manageable number. Oh.
Okay, so I think. Alright, so this thing
Where's it popped up?
is frustrated by its inability to hit Stoic.
Do it again.
Which means it's gonna try it again.
I'm right there, buddy. You still can't do anything.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go for the
What should I say?
the one that it perceives as maybe the easiest target here. So that's going to be Sir.
That's fine because we all get attacks because we've all been holding attacks.
Well, Asura and Stoic and Valen will.
Yes.
There's holding a melee attack, so you're not a melee.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Asura?
Nat 20.
Okay.
Fudge. All right.
Mine's a save.
Nice.
Oh, girl.
Oh, that was not great for numbers.
Still a lot of dice.
That's not
Ooh.
Well, it's a con save. It'll be
But
it's still gonna be half.
6,
Yeah,
so
it's
20
still a lot of damage.
and 9.
29. Awesome. Next, Tess will just help with melee, so she can get easy Valen.
25 on the first hit.
That hits.
I get only one hit.
No, well, it's one action, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get 2 crossbow shots. So that's
I only get one attack.
11 points of damage on that one. And
11.
Yep.
So-
Second shot's an 18 to hit.
Yep.
And 6 points of damage.
Nice.
Yes.
Alright, and Bear, you're out of melee, and Stoic.
Con save of 15.
Okay.
Come on, please fail, please fail, please fail. Please fail.
It's still a half.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, you got him.
Finish him up. I hear a lot of dice here.
Oh my god, that's a lot of 8s.
Holy nuts.
Jeez.
He hit a bunch of 8s on that. That was
I
really
did.
good.
So 3 8s is 16.
24.
24.
So 24 plus 6 is 30.
Yep.
35. 38.
40.
40. 41 points of damage.
Necrotic.
Necrotic. Dude,
my
Blight's a mother, dude.
Yeah.
That's coming
You
on
want to
out.
do this?
I just want to see it pop up in the air and just stick to the Blight spell. It literally sucks like all the moisture in life, and they just kind of like wither like a plant. I just want to see it come up like a whale and go down like seaweed.
Like seaweed.
So you see with that burst of like dirt and snow as it erupts up, like its mouth wide, trying to come at Asura, but then you hear this like crackling sound as it suddenly just all the moisture sucked out, and you see it just dry out in this sort of gray, like losing a lot of its color as like the fleshy bits around it in between the armor just like crackle up and shrink, and you kind of see it shrink in on itself a little bit as it suddenly falls, and you see like the armor plates just kind of fall off in places, from, with this kind of ripping sound from this like
that.
paper mache carcass,
Massive carnage.
dry,
You look like a mummy.
dried out, mummified type carcass as it falls apart.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Very nice.
This is some toughies.
So, as you finish up on your piece, you turn, as you kind of recover quickly and everything like that, you see, you watch as this battle continues up at the front, and you watch, like, Drael literally pick up one of the soldiers. He actually, like, gets hit at one point. It doesn't even seem to do as much damage as it should on him with this like spear that the soldier is holding. And Pike actually he actually like shoves his great axe down on the ground and picks the guy up and literally palms his head and rips his head off in one motion and tosses it down as Idris.
Finish him move.
Seriously.
Fatality.
Flawless victory.
As Idris just nimbly dodges another attack from the mage, you just see him like kind of go from this crouched motion, like in one smooth motion he takes a sidestep and he like stands up and then just like whispers something. You can't hear what he's saying, but he makes this little gesture and whispers at the guy, and you see the guy like suddenly like clutch at his head, and he just like starts gibbering madly for a second, and then you see his eyes roll back in his head and he falls over and stops moving.
Okay.
As the at this point you notice the like there's actually like a bit of chain, kind of tying these wagons together. So there's not actually, like, there was a driver up front on the front one that was killed in the process of the battle, but there wasn't actually individual drivers on each of them. It seems to be one kind of long train that's been going. At this point, like they both take a moment to kind of catch their breath and then walk over to you and kind of survey the damage, and then he kind of looks over to you and nods. Drael like actually reaches up and he actually pulls the driver up that you thought was dead, but just appears to be incapacitated, and just kind of pulls him off and just drags him like he's a doll, like nothing, behind as they walk forward. And Idris, kind of takes a sigh and, all right, let me show you what we did today. And he goes to the nearest wagon, and there's like a pretty hefty lock on it, and he just he makes a quick gesture and whispers something, and then just goes like this, and you hear this, and then like the lock falls open, and he undoes it, and who'd like to take a look?
Step forward.
So you take the lock off, and you pull the door open, and you are immediately greeted by a stench, a mixture of odor, of these vile odors of excrement and urine and sweat and blood. And you step up onto this, and you can see in the back of this there's like a very narrow aisle, kind of going down the center of it, with like walls basically with like these slots lining on either side. and you step up into it. And as you know, there's a very kind of dim lantern kind of hanging in the middle. And as you step up into it, just with your size, you have to kind of go sideways into this narrow spot and everything like that. You don't really understand what you're seeing with just these rows of slots at first. And as you step up into it and you look into one of the slots, you can just barely see in the dim light a face looking back at you. Dirty, like some dried blood on the side, as it like curls back as much as it can in this slot from you. And you quickly realize there are people in each of these slots. And you know, you can smell that it is they're not well kept or taken care of. It is quite disturbing. One by one, Adris makes each of you step up and look inside to see what is inside. And he quietly says, not everyone goes to the renewal camps. Not everyone who comes out of the renewal camps goes back to any sort of meaningful life. The Crown has many ways of making money. Now, let's have a conversation with this driver. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Man, there has to be slaves. The sword's gonna go freaking crazy.
You nearly killed so many people.
Yeah, you.
So many people.
I knew
Battle damage, man.
The minute you described how wide the wagon was, I was like, that's people. That's people.
I had just a bad feeling.
I thought there was explosives.
The minute they said it was unusually wide, I was like, these people are either long ways or they're being stacked up. I was like, I don't want anything to do with, we're not messing with people.
No.
I thought they were explosives.
Oh,
Thought they were explosive chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Look at all those chickens. It's a lot of chickens.
Chickens, that's what Adris is worked up about. This is actually like their version of PETA.
God.
A lot of chickens
Oh,
here.
God.
Greenpeace. Oh, like they're just going.
Well, I thought they wanted to eat them. Like, there's a lot of good chicken here. I was going that route.
Think about the KFC.
Our soldiers are so well fed.
Why?
No, those are
It's a question
secrets.
you'll have to investigate.
Dude.
Oh, brother.
Yep.
All right. Good job. We'll have to
Took a minute.
up some of these enemies, I think.
No.
It took us a while to do that.
You're allowed to have some battles where at least one of us doesn't almost die.
Yeah.
Or actually
Yeah, a lot
die.
of those, yeah.
I came close.
Sure.
If I didn't take the piercing option, I think I would have been down a long
Oh yeah, you'd have
A
been
long
dead, dude.
time
You'd
ago.
have been dead.
I was down close to 10 hit points.
What do you know about death? He's mostly dead.
Mostly.
Awesome. All right. Thank you guys for sticking with us.
Yep.
And as we keep going and as they continue on in their journey in Lirindil and the rebellion, see what lies for them as they make their way back and begin training.
Montage.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Good night.
Night.
Can I be a man?